Okay, hopefully that should be live. I have to remember what the hell I was doing. Right, UI, not UI. Inventory. So, Friday we were working on making the inventory like node based. Again, I want to support both because, just gotta go like a cargo run, like dash p. Wait, no, it's somewhere else, isn't it? Poly inventory. I was getting a little bit tired, like, of having to scroll around until you find the fucking right workspace. So I'm trying to set it up so I can just run it from my console because it's always easier just to go to the right console thing and run that. So POL E V E N T R Y. Nope. My stream is dying again. Is it? It's not dropping frames. It's just apparently got like a shitty connection. Just okay. I should probably also say on Discord that I'm live. So we're gonna share, we're gonna copy, we're gonna go Discord, and go at here, live now, working on improving the inventory system. Well, I guess we'll call it plugin. All right. That also doesn't work, but I think that's because I need to like terminal, new terminal, and then say that that terminal's here, and then we can go like cargo run dash example basic inventory. Like, okay, so the basic inventory, I think then does one of each inventory, which is fun because it gets to show us what the hell is wrong with the two different inventory styles. Now again, I have to try and make them have parity with each other. The fuck do you mean not receiving smooth? I am so sick of this fucking internet deciding that it's going to work fine until I go to stream. So this is the UI inventory, which appears to be working kind of well. And then when we hit escape, which again, we have to like work on the other inventory. This is what the other inventory looks like. So as you can see, like it's not the same. This one's not even in the right. Okay, that seems to be a shape-based bug. Interesting, because that means that we're putting a battery somewhere we're not supposed to be able to fit the battery. But as you can see, like they're mirrored and upside down. Actually, are they mirrored? No, the bottom of the right spot. So they just flipped X and Y. So that should be fairly easy to fix. I'm just unclear why the hell this cell phone thinks it can be placed here. Position is 36. How the fuck did you fit? All right, honestly, do not care. And I want to go back up to here and be like, I think it's UI inventory. Okay, so the UI inventory is fun. Now, my curiosity is if I scale the inventory, would it make the inventory scale correctly and still work? We'll never know, really. So if I pick you up, okay, so you're still wrong somehow there. Also, we have to fix the scrolling apparently, so it's not offsetting correctly, and it drives me spare. Anyway, why is it saying inventory not found? I think I must be clicking on the phone. What? Okay, so inventory not found. Search inventory. Inventory not found. Right, so this is the trace. Inventory not found. So you're saying that whatever item we fucking clicked on is not the inventory, which I suspect is because we're hitting the phone. Something like that. And then we have to drop the click dot inventory. Right. So I suspect that whatever we're clicking on is the phone and not Discord. Oh, someone responded with fire. Yeah. Okay, so the trick here is it, like I'm now going to report what inventory wasn't found, because now if I click and then click again, you're saying that I'm clicking on 86, which is this inventory. Wait, you have a, don't you? Okay, so that's telling me that mouse interactions almost certainly need to go under rendering. And then we need to have different mouse interactions depending on if you're a fucking okay, so because drop item is only checking for inventory renderer, which is a piece of shit because inventory renderer is, yeah, okay, right. So it's because it's got a node, and so I think we're going to split this and we're going to have, this is the node rendering. So we have node rendering. And my annoyance is that under rendering, we're going to have like node rendering and also like probably something like pub mod node interaction, right? Because what I'm basically concluding here is that I despise the fact that I have to write like very flexible code. So let's delete this and then redo this, but as mod, because let's face it. Right. We have to write two sets of code because of the fact that, like, if you're in the sprite-based mode, and or you either have to write really ugly-looking code that like checks for both. Which again, I could make like a system parameter that grabs either. But then that actually would just be the smarter way of doing it, wouldn't it? Yeah. Fuck you. So node interaction will have all the stuff specific to nodes, and the other one will have all the stuff specific to the other one. But the mouse interaction 100% needs to go under rendering, because you can't have mouse interaction if you're not rendering something. But that's besides the point here. Fucking error yelling at me but not sending enough data. As long as I'm not dropping a million frames. 15% is pretty horrendous, but I can't do anything about it. What do we got? So lib plugin image. Okay, so somewhere in here that I kind of want to rewrite all of my mouse interaction stuff. So how do you work? So your inventories. There's an inventory renderer, an inventory node, and we've got an any of. So what I kind of want to do is maybe make an entirely new mouse interaction thing. So it's going to be like pub mod well, we should call it interaction, because then we can so we're going to create like mod interaction. Then we probably want to not put node interaction under mouse interaction under interaction. Right, and then we go like something like mod mouse, like that, because then the other stuff, like it's sort of like nested more like appropriately, in that like all the interaction stuff goes in here, and then specifically mouse related stuff. Then I could do like keyboard navigation, so that you could like press left or press right to move an item in and out. Okay, so and then we can do things like Q and E, rotate. Okay, so interaction. So how does mouse interaction exactly work? We have a held item, which I think a held item could be pretty universal, because the held item has the entity and it has an offset to offset the entity by. The annoying thing is that depending if it's a sprite or if it's a other thing, like it'll get different results. Anyway. So what am I doing? Right. So inside interaction, we have our mode. We have our mouse interaction. So inside of mouse interaction, we need like to make like a pub struct. Struct. So this is So this would be inventory renderer. Inventory render. I guess maybe we call it interactive window. Interactable inventory. Okay. Interactive inventory. Right. So I think like that's going to be our way of like basically marking this as like so we want to derive system parameter. No, inventory. Well, I have to do that because I haven't used it anyway. So this is interactive inventories. I should really learn how to spell inventories in a way. It doesn't like just the S, but anyway. So the interactive inventories is going to return us the specific inventory. Like it's a way of like querying. So at the moment, it's just going to be like which is going to be like a query. Yeah, we have to use Bevy. Get rid of this query. Leave this one because it's annoying that like system parameters isn't part of the default use. Bevy prelude. Right. So this, I think, would be something public for like everyone to use. So we should probably document some of this stuff. But anyway, this is going to query for any of. So we need to go to. This is rendering. Rendering. So rendering is going to. So we're going to have UI node. So we should probably actually rename that to. So rendering, yeah, so we have the default is rendering. So I'm going to turn off rendering as a default. Instead, you get UI node and you get I guess we'll just call it sprite rendering. Because like calling it a UI node makes the most sense, but it's just a little bit weird. So then we have to go because like we should probably call it a fine. We'll call it that, and we're going to call so we're going to have to find like all instances of UI underscore node and replace them with instances of node rendering. Find and replace it. Thank you. The idea of that being that now the naming scheme's the same. So you're either node rendering or you're sprite rendering, and the node rendering uses the UI, and then sprite rendering will use sprite. They both require rendering to be enabled, right? And then we can go, hey, look, we have this all works the same now. Now, I'm not going to change the other shape yet, but for now, so we have interaction. So we have node. This is node rendering. So we've got mod here, and we're going to go, okay, so pub mod. Stop typing mod. So that's node renderer, and this would be sprite renderer, and then this is like config feature sprite rendering. All right, and then you get your own folder like so. So then we have node rendering and sprite rendering as their own separate things, and then under sprite rendering we're going to have a pub struct inventory sprite, which has a. Well, that's the thing is they no longer actually need to be separate things, because the way I was doing it before is I had to have item node. No, it must have been inventory node. So the inventory node holds a handle to the inventory, but technically we don't need that anymore because the inventory node just marks the render inventory. So we come like back here no, into, yeah, mod here. So again, so we have the inventory render plugin, which does the inventory rendery based stuff. Right. Default inventory style is the inventory style. So you do all this, which is, I guess, fine by me. So I think, again, at this level, at the complete module level, we are probably going to need a structure like pub struct render inventory, like that. That's going to render inventory, and it's going to have a handle to an inventory. Right. Which we're just going to qualify for now, because again, this might be moved. I'm just trying to get this to a level of like, we just have a basic API. So we drive component on you. So this is, we should call you render inventory. Right. So this is the inventory that's being rendered. So then when we go to our mouse interaction, we say, hey, mouse interaction is any of, well, we don't even need a lot of this like redundant bullshittery now, because sprite render, this just says inventory sprite. And then this inventory node, because again, like we will probably, again, I'm saying again, we'll expand a lot of this stuff, but like the way that this works is that inventory node doesn't do this. Okay, so inventory node is literally just a marker to say, we should probably also not have that, but anyway. We have to go back to our node renderer mod here, maybe. Okay, no, this is our renderer. This is this. Okay, so we need to like impl into asset ID. Create inventory for this. So we can ID, right, for a reference for this, please, because I don't want to have to like copy it. I just want to pass a reference in. So the way that this is going to work is that you have a render inventory, which is your way of accessing this information, and then we should just be able to update all the other stuff to just, okay, so for now you're just going to have nothing. Interactive inventory doesn't do anything at the moment because I've changed my mind about how I want to do this, which is to have a unified thing. So spawn inventory window, this is for the thing. So this is style asset inventory style asset. This is the old way of doing it. I just need to make sure that this still works. So somewhere we say, okay, inventory node, new handle. Okay, so this doesn't do that. Instead, we say you're an inventory node and you are rendered inventory. Do we even need to clone the handle? Can we just, we do, okay. So we clone the handle into there to give us a rendered inventory. And then the same thing should probably have, okay, so we have an inventory renderer. So I'm going to rename inventory renderer to, what was it? It was called a inventory sprite. Right, let's go to you and go, what does an inventory renderer contain? Just the slots. Okay, so again, that feels like it should be somewhere else, but again, I'm just trying to fix like a lot of this up so that like they become more interchangeable. So the idea is that you can just have new, because you don't actually have to have an empty, like anything in you. You can no longer do this, because then I can just follow the compiler to all the places that are broken. So the renderer inserts an inventory sprite. Yes, that's fine. I guess new. Again, probably shouldn't do that because the slots need to be their own thing. But anyway, then we need to say that you are a rendered inventory. And then you're the handle. Where did the handle come from? Target. Right. So that should then now make you a rendered inventory. And then in our node renderer, we do the same thing where when we say open inventory, so we have an inventory node, but we actually don't need inventory node. We need rendered inventory. See, that's the real trick, is that rendered inventory means that this is now much more universally applicable because we always just grab this. So spawn inventory window, populated, render inventory. So there could be a way to modify this so that it is easier to do. Anyway, so we have a render inventory, an inventory slot. Again, we're trying to like overly complicate things. So down here, when we say drop item, it's not an inventory sprite, it's a rendered inventory. Because that should mean that it doesn't actually care what of the two you're using, you'll get a rendered inventory. So over here, okay. So inventory, and then we get renderer, get slot. Okay, so you're actually using the slot shape inventory add item. Somehow you're doing something weird. So you need this slot thing, so that should actually probably be done inside of the rendery stuff. So that tells me that inside of renderer, this, wherever it is sprite renderer? No. Mod. Somewhere we had that thing. What was it? It's none of those because they're the new stuff. Where the hell is the... So there's an inventory slot. Okay, so the inventory slot. So drop item. There's inventory renderer. How are you? Okay. Dot get slot. You've got the drop down slot. So where are you? I'm trying to remember where the fuck I left the thing. Is it interaction? Must be an interaction. No, that's my interaction. Must be in this interaction. No, it's got to be rendering this. So this is a displayed item. Somewhere there's a thing about a inventory slot, immutable. There's an immutable component which dumps in the inventory slot. There's a relationship somewhere. What the hell? Where have I put it? So there's you, which is an inventory sprite. Okay, you. Okay. So first off, you are now just a marker, please. Can we actually just copy your entire existence, please? There's a whole like render layer higher up. Okay, so node, sprite node. Okay, so in our sprite renderer in here, we have an inventory sprite, which is you. You no longer have a relationship, thank you. And then you're just a component now. You're just literally a marker component to say, hey, render the so pub use Bevy preload. So you just mark saying, hey, this is a sprite version of rendering. So it's an inventory. So we have an inventory sprite. So the inventory slot really shouldn't be out here, neither should the slot renderer, but anyway, probably here. Rendered slot. Right, which is going to have an inventory and an index, and it also needs to derive a component, and also relationship target equals rendered inventory. Okay, and then your relationship like that. Or is it underscore relationship target? No. Okay. So you, and then you need to say something like, so this is the inventory, and then no, don't make this public. This stuff should be hidden because, like, again, this should be made when it's spawned, but that's it. Slot, which is a vec of entities, like so. So you need to have a relationship. No, your relationship target for a rendered ren slot. I always forget how this works. Then you're the relationship, and then you relationship equals, okay. So you are relationship this, okay. This then takes inventory.id. And then you are a relationship where your relationship target is inventory render and the relationship is inventory. Correct. Now these should all probably be immutable, but for now I'm not going to do that. We're going to again make this private and this private so that basically it's impossible to fuck with this thing, and we're going to import rendered slot, which is then going to say just you have a public way of getting the index. Okay, so with that we have a rendered slot, and then when we come to this inventory slot, right, which I think means we get rid of this, which, yeah, again, convert. So apparently I need to make it immutable, which is fine. So I just need to like component immutable, and apparently these both end up being pub to the crate. Okay. So in here, you're registering this type for some reason, not entirely sure why. You actually don't need to register that type because that type does nothing, it's just a marker. We'll go to this whole line actually. Okay, again, working from the bottom up. You complain because something about node. What is node? Node is a rendered inventory. So inventory. Right. Lovely. So that's your inventory. So it's apparently rendered slot is now the new thing that you bring in. Apparently we never even used it, which is funny. Okay, no, we used it here. So rendered slot, and then we say index and entity, and then it updates something stretch factor. I don't know what's going on here. It's just having a little bit of a fucking faff apparently. It doesn't like that I've imported something. We don't use sprite anchor apparently. We just use prelude. I'm pulling something in which is causing some type to change, I think. Anyway, we can fix that later because that's like a weird thing. So this inventory slot, this is now changed to render. Well, I guess it's just okay. So you need to pub use super rendered inventory and also the rendered slot. Okay. So next, you're complaining about something down here. So inventory slot. So this is rendered slot, added rendered slot. So update image cell style. Okay. That seems fine. This also doesn't need the extra stuff because if it's got an image node, which means that we actually kind of know that it was spawned a particular way. So the next up the chain is render. So this stuff's all going to complain a whole bunch of stuff not existing anymore. So this is rendered inventory. So we have to go to U and go, okay. Now, the rendered inventory is going to need some update code anyway. So I think making it mutable would be fine, but we're going to say render inventory, and it's going to be pub new, which takes in a handle. You should be using the prelude, render prelude. So can you just like use crate prelude, please? Just because it makes it so much easier for me to know where I'm doing, like, I guess friction. Like if I'm constantly importing crate inventory, it implies that something's wrong, but like it's just because I haven't brought the prelude in. Okay, so we now have a way of making this, which means that we say render inventory new. Same with you, inventory, render inventory new, like so. Okay, so then we have an inventory sprite, which again doesn't have the same stuff that it used to. Where are you even getting inventory sprite from? Don't do that. So there's a slot renderer. Again, I think slot renderer has been deemed redundant and no longer used. So we can get rid of that, which fixed a bunch of stuff. Okay, what are you complaining about? Inventory sprite. You exist, but it's no longer in that. It's if you're using rendering, use the rendering prelude, and the rendering prelude is where that will come from. So that means that technically node rendering comes under rendering. We could put this inside of here. But anyway, we will get back to that. So inventory sprite doesn't have a function new, and also apparently can't be found in scope, which is fun. Now, my annoying thing is we're going to actually put the render prelude up here. So interaction mod style. Okay, so it's like here. We're going to like pub mod render prelude, right? Which is going to give us super render displayed item, spawn inventory, all of style, and the render inventory render slot. Okay, so this is if config feature equals node rendering. Nope. Wait. No, this is just always. If sprite rendering, then we use pub use super sprite renderer inventory sprite is now available. And same thing here is config render node gives us inventory node. Now, oh, this is where the render prelude was anyway, which is the inventory plugin. Okay, so I guess we like pub use super inventory render plugin, like so. So this brings us inventory node, which nothing actually uses because we haven't quite got that far. Right, so now you're complaining about something missing. So for each of these, we iterate, okay, so we will say it's not render the slot renderer, it's rendered slot. So you not have a new? Okay. Do you just work like that? Just no? No? Okay. Right, because you need to be like root and index. Correct, okay. Same thing down here, it's rendered slot. Okay, slot dot inventory. Okay, then mouse interactions to test some things because it's like inventory sprite, apparently not what we're looking for. So you should bring in all of inventory, and then you should also use inventory. The crate inventory? No, it's more like Is rendering like hidden? No, so rendering should be in lib, right? Prelude, mouse interaction, rendering. Huh. Okay, so weird. I actually want to go pub use rendering. It's somewhere in this. Oh, it's down here. Let's always put these at the top, please. Thank you. Thank you. So we have rendering, and then if feature rendering, rendering prelude. Please bring in the rendering prelude. So it's easy for me to be like, hey, rendering prelude. So you are saying here, and I'm going to say like rendering. Wait, it's called render prelude, isn't it? I don't know why I can't see it. Did I not pub use lib? So we have rendering and then pub use. No, just if feature rendering. Oh, you don't follow the respected if feature rendering. So you're trying to render inventories when you're not actually supposed to be allowed to render. Okay, good. Let's just for now comment that out. Be like, hey, yeah, you can bring that in. No, okay, fine. It's more like we need to say not you inventory. What the fuck is mouse interaction? Inventory mouse interaction. No, yeah, feature required rendering. So you should have access to the rendering prelude. Why can I not get access to the rendering? Is it like inventory? No. The hell is your problem? So you don't like it that it's not here. That's fine. Why can you not see it is my question. Okay, so it's not inventory slot. It's rendered slot. Wait, apparently you can see it because you, okay, the types are coming from somewhere, but I just don't know where. Weird. So it's something node. Where are you getting node? Node's an inventory node. Right, this is doing something weird. So it's not the node. That's part of the problem. Not you, it's rendered inventory. And then we can get rid of all this fucking horrible shit because we can just pass in something. Inventories, get slot render inventory. What is this doing? Why is it got a match statement? Yeah, good point. So it's like let okay, else okay, and then inventory is get inventory handle, render inventory, rendered inventory, and then this all should work. And then if we get down here, and we okay, so like handle. So we have to track down like the rendered inventory and be all like, you need a handle. Still dropping like 20% frames, which annoys me to no end, but anyway. So that lets you do that. Wait, origin. Oh, origin wants an asset ID. Okay. Can we just fucking call into then? Okay, thank you. Right, so you call getSlot, which apparently is the rendered inventory. Right, so we haven't added getSlot yet. Okay, so rendered inventory has new and is a getSlot. Nope. Can you getSlot, which then returns takes in self and returns an option entity, which is to say self.slots.get index. Right. This seems like it's close. Now we just need to apparently fix the examples. So this is the inventory rendering plugin, which apparently has disappeared from Polyvinyl. Okay, that's fine. So, right. The rendering plugin's its own fucking whole thing. So we're like pub use rendering rendering prelude inventory render plugin like so, and we just like derive config feature equals rendering, just to, you know, again, feature get everything. Right, basic. So there's only like 2 things left to do, which is apparently when we spawn this in, we say rendered inventory. Right, and we stick the node onto it. We need to say inventory node. Right, that's how this basic inventory knows to render a UI inventory. It also does weird shit, but that's again sprite-based stuff being quite broken. Then we come down here and we're going to do the same thing, which is, so you're an inventory node. No, you're a rendered inventory new. So there is a cheaty way that I want to go about like doing this, which is we can at runtime add required components. So in theory, when you add the plugin, you could like configure it to add inventory node. No. I put that. Okay, you go on your own line, go down, and you go back to there. Thank you. Wait, comma is here. That comma doesn't exist. Right, and then same thing with you, which is that you take in, you're a render inventory new, and then inventory node. Okay. So now, if we just run the UI example, now theoretically I should run the both example, because the basic example should then, rendering both would be, you know, fantastic, because it's a good way to test both. But we'd have to fix that example so it actually tries to render both, because at the moment it doesn't try and render both. Wait, I have to hit spacebar to make it render the second one. Definitely probably makes it a better example for this particular case. Well, it seems that everything's still rendering properly, and I can pick things up. The node's still kind of broken, but can I put things back down? No. Why can I not? Item not found. Item not found. Interesting. That's fine. So I guess we're gonna go like basic inventory. I want to commit this and say we what would this be? This is like why also why are you not picking up anything? Oh, because it's poor inventory. Made core ren more independent of mode. Okay. So if we hit escape, that spawns the other inventory in. So both inventories are actually still working properly. Can you pick up out of both inventories? No, apparently not. Fucking annoying as shit. Anyway, but that's because Sprite's broken. The other thing I want to maybe work on fixing quickly, again, I can emphasize on what do you call quickly, is can I make it So I want the rendering plugin to do some cheeky shit, basically. So inventory render plugin. So we have the default inventory style, and then we want to say default render inventory as, right. So we want to make like a new thing in here that's like pub enum inventory render pipe. So we have node, sprite, and custom. Right. So I'm gonna say default to custom, maybe. Because otherwise it's gonna really break shit, because they're gonna fight each other. So inventory render pipeline. So this is going to, I guess, derive default and the default is going to be custom, which custom just means user defined. So again, we should probably like comment some of this stuff because I intend for other people to use it, so I don't want to like have it all just sort of. I know how this works. How inventories, how and inventory will render by default. Now, ironically, we should put custom at the top. Or maybe none. I'm going to call it custom because it makes more sense. Because none implies there is no pipeline, but custom is just saying like the user defines it. So this is going to be config features equals node rendering, and this is sprite rendering. And then we have to be like, I'm going to say you equal 1 and you equal 2 and you equal 0. Just purely so that like when these toggle on and off, they don't actually change the number if anyone for some reason tries to use the number. So we need to comment you and say the user has opted to explicitly declare the pipeline for each render inventory render. Oh, no, it's rendered inventory. Something like this. Rendered inventory. Okay. Kind of. Okay, cool. Explicitly is apparently spelled wrong. Can you please fix it? Apparently not. Okay. Opted to declare the pipeline for each. Okay. So so we get something like this. Rendered in free will have inventory node as a required component. Okay, and this is the same. We go, we'll have inventory as a required component. Theoretically, you could do both, but honestly, feels a bit dumb. Then we just come down here and we say this, and we say insert. So style, render default style. We could also stick different backends in and all sorts of things. Like maybe we should give you your own entire own plugin. Wait, we have an inventory node plugin. That's fun. I'm gonna copy this and go inventory sprite plugin, please. Yes, correct. And then you literally do nothing. Thank you. No, you literally do nothing. Actually, you don't do nothing. It's in here. So let me go back to rendering. I think is it mod? Okay. So this is the inventory rendering plugin. So you initialize the inventory style. You initialize the default style. You have the server that says spawn inventory window, and you say render update display transform. That's a bit weird. Anyway, so you go config sprite rendering, app.add plugin sprite renderer. I somehow consumed your Webbase. The same node rendering adds the node renderer. Because again, it's all about splitting things up so that like when you decide, I don't have to keep like remembering to feature gate like everything, because feature gating one thing kind of like stops it from turning on the plugin, which should then feature gate everything that the plugin does. So we're going to go app.add required node. So there's a way you can like register required component, right? Which is register a given component R as a required component of T. So register R, which is inventory sprite, as a requirement of rendered inventory. Cannot find rendered inventory in scope. Yeah, cool. So you need to like pub use crate prelude rendering prelude. I feel like I should somehow export the rendering prelude to the crate. Anyway, rendered inventory. Oh yeah, you're yelling at me not because it doesn't exist. You're yelling at me because rendered inventory doesn't have default. Wait a second, that makes no sense. Did I put that in backwards? Let me guess. T of R. Right. That way? Yes, okay. Then it's saying you don't have default. Not default, default. Thank you. There we go. So you need to be a component and also have default. So then we just like do exactly the same thing, but we go back to is it render? Node renderer mod here. So you add all these components. You also register, well, apparently an inventory sprite, which is funny. Inventory node, thank you. So now you're yelling at me because inventory node doesn't have default. Default, please. It is kind of funny that you need to have default on an untyped thing, but that makes some sense, I guess. So we come up here, we go, hey, so, is there a reason for using register moment instead of because I'm specifically making it so that you pick the pipeline. So it's like literally add that. So we say like pipeline, and we're going to say inventory. Then I need to add that fucking thing to the preload. That's what's wrong. Rendering. Yeah, up here we go to this preload. Pub used super inventory rendering pipeline. Pretty sure I got a pipeline. Thank you. And then we say inventory render pipeline. So this is the UI. So we want to specifically say node. And then that makes that work. And then the basic one, we want to say pipeline is inventory render none. So the way that this will hopefully work, if it works, you know, if it's going to work how I intend, is I can remove these and in the examples. Annoyingly, these two examples are like very similar, but also very slightly different. Well, actually, no. I need you to have node. Well, I guess for testing purposes, we want you to not have node. Right. So you spawn inventory sprite. Something tells me this doesn't quite work properly because I think you're actually just forcing the sprite to spawn, but that's fine. So when we run the basic inventory, nothing should turn up because the basic. Oh, no, the pipeline's node. No, it's custom. Please, custom. Oops, restart that. The pipeline is custom, which means that I'm telling the user, or the user's told me, that they don't want me picking which type of rendering to do. They're doing their own rendering. They want my rendering code, like, based on, you know, other stuff, but they're picking which rendering to do. Apparently that doesn't work. Plugins already added to the application. Excuse me? Do you add the rendering plugin? Oh. Inventory node plugin? Don't do that. The rendering has to be completely separate. That might be a little bit annoying. We might need to put something so that, like, if you've got rendering enabled, you have to specify a rendering. Anyway, yeah. So what's happening is that in custom, yeah, it's going to say. So this must be the inventory-based one. I don't know. It spawned it anyway, which annoys me. But unless I read the wrong one. No, basic. So it shouldn't have done that. I'm not entirely sure why it is. But the idea is that if I run UI with custom, it shouldn't spawn anything. I should get rid of the one that does it, forces it, because that one's obviously causing issues because it's using old code. Yeah, so yeah, if you put one on, you'll get one. If you put the other one on, you'll get the other. But this is about whether it defaults to sticking one on. So this defaults to putting node on, and then if I change it to custom, it should default to putting nothing on, which would then mean that it doesn't render the inventories at all, and you have to then pick which you want, which I think is a good way of doing it. In terms of like just how I want this to be like a very modular kind of thing of being like, hey, I want this or I want that. And the idea is that the pipelines, nope, it still fucking renders it anyway. The pipelines get to choose. Oh, it's probably because when you add the plugin, that's what's happening. We need to check if the pipeline's correct. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, because it doesn't check to add either. It just does both. Which I wanted to add both either way, but like, so the inventory rendering pipeline custom, yeah, okay, that's what's gone wrong. So it's you, the rendering plugin does this, and then the rendering plugin passes down to you, and then it puts the sprite plugin in, but the sprite plugin needs to have like auto require, which is a bool, and then your if self dot auto require, because it's adding both rendering regardless, and so the auto require is sort of something you have to turn on a specific thing. So then we come up to node rendering, we go here, and we say, hey, you're the same. So can you not correct the spelling? Auto require. And then that does that. And then we come back to node and we say, and then we go auto require. Apparently this is private. So matches pipeline sprite and matches pipeline node. And then we go here and we say, can you be pub please, so that anyone can insert these plugins? And then with you. Because again, it's about like anyone can, like, you could just take the sprite rendering and not take the rest of the rendering plugin, which at the moment I don't think does anything except register stuff. Anyway, so now when I run example, it shouldn't render inventory. If I'm correct, maybe we'll find out. So it shouldn't render it by default, but I should be able to tell it to render it, which is like the true one. So nothing rendered. And then if I go into the basic inventory and then come down and be like, okay, but render the big one, because the big one's going to be like a custom, like, I'm going to specifically say to render it with a inventory node. Inventory node. So it's specifically an inventory node, so it should only render the big one, which is fun. Okay. Okay. So okay, yeah, so it only renders that one, but then if I set it back to custom to node based, it should render both of them because it'll automatically insert on both of them. Okay. So allow customizing pipeline. See, now they both render. So the idea of that is in my basic inventory, I should be able to tell one it's a sprite and the other one it's an inventory node, and it should render both of them using the two independent methods, because you can then customize. Whereas if you don't do that, then it forces them to be both. Yeah. So when you choose a pipeline, you're effectively saying which is the default pipeline. I could also maybe do some kind of weird, no, I don't think, because I think Bevy really doesn't want you fucking with require components, but theoretically you could also check to see if it's already got a pipeline, and then if it doesn't, add a default pipeline. But that seems like a lot of extra complication for what amounts to someone's using the plugin wrong. All right, go to so you run the examples in the right place, and then okay, cool. So that was next. Rendering the inventory. Okay, so we have to make the inventory interactable again. So mouse interaction does all this stuff, which is the rendering of the inventory, and then so I want to move a lot of this stuff into the rendering interaction. So node interaction doesn't do anything at the moment. Mouse. Okay, there's an inventory interactive inventory. Okay. So how the hell does the mouse interaction work? The tooltips is cool, but I think the tooltips is a bit weird. In that, like, it's in a crate about the inventory. Okay, so what do we need for the interaction to be able to do? So we need like the held item, which again, being a resource kind of makes sense because it's the way that the thing kind of does it, but it actually doesn't make sense to be a resource in that. Again, because we're copying Neo Scavenger. The game has like multiple different mouse things. So if we go continue, let me like full screen it, and then we go into our inventory. Go away, Discord. So you'll see how my mouse is like a little like up, down, left, right arrow, and then there's a cross arrow. So the cross arrow is like teleport it across, like just move it to the first available slot. This is like let me pick it up and place it exactly. There's two. You have to hold two. This is like eat the thing. So if there was like food, I could 2 and click it rather than having like right click use. It's just like defaults. Like left click is used, and then the holding 3 is delete mode, which will delete things. Can I select them over here? No. Maybe? Yeah, I can actually. It's so weird actually. So you can select eat mode and it locks it into eat mode. You can select delete mode. So this like just and shift splits the stack. So this is just a like way of being able to interact with the inventory differently. So that's kind of what the hand should represent. And so the hand should probably be a component so that you could in theory have different hands and things like that for doing different things. It's such a weird way of doing it. Okay, well, I guess again that's how we're going to do it. That would be why we'd have to have a node interaction and a not node interaction, is that like theoretically, how does that work? The cursor would be a different thing based on a different thing. That's so weird. All right, so obstruct interactive inventory. So this is mouse. Okay, so Bevy has a way of customizing the cursor. I just don't remember how to do it, which is just a tad bit of like strange, but might be the way to go. So we would want like a pub struct cursor slot maybe. The idea being that like this is an inventory item that's attached to where the cursor is located and just moves around with the cursor. The question is, would you do? You'd have to do it with a node because nope, you'd have to match the pipeline because again, we pick it up and we drop it, which is so weird. All right, so this is the cursor slot. So the cursor slot, and then we would need a so derive component. So this is the a marker for the entity that is set under the cursor when it is not, when it holds an item. So the trick with that one, because again, it's that weird, when we pick up an item, my question is, do we just leave the slot filled? Do we like hide the item? Well, interesting. I don't know, because I think I really feel like when you pick up an item, it needs to be removed from the inventory, just like, because that's what is happening. So marker for entity that is under the cursor when it holds an item. So this is the cursor item, the cursor slot. Then I feel like we need to have like a cursor icon thing, but I don't know how that would entirely work because I feel like that's beyond the scope of this specific thing. That makes sense. In that, like, I do want like the quicks like these, like this and this, But like these ones, I feel like custom, like, so that's a bit weird. So we have the cursor slot. And again, I don't want to like write a bunch of bespoke logic just to override it again later when I change my mind how it works. So we're gonna go like held item. So the issue with the held item, I don't think we actually need its entity. Well, actually no, because the entity is pointing to the item itself. Yeah. So annoyingly, we need to somehow collect the offset. So we need the item entity, which points to the actual item itself. So again, I'm going to comment this like again, this is entirely for me. The actual item entity, not the render item entity. Right. So then we need the offset. The offset into the rendered item, the cursor clicked. Because it was, so we can keep the cursor in the same relative position. Right. So I think that's all we really need, because theoretically everything else should be stored on the thing. So what else do we store in the hand? Mouse interaction here. So held item. So we have the origin. Okay, right. The origin. We guess we kind of do need the origin. The origin is the inventory. The entity and the slot. So again, we're going to be like pub struct inventory handle, which points to an inventory as an asset ID. And okay, so handle to an inventory slot. Used to keep track of where an item goes without searching. Without searching everywhere. So entry. So I don't think we need the entry, but maybe we do, because theoretically I'm going to modify the entry to just be on the held item. So the item should have its shape and everything. So it already knows what slot it's in and what like all that stuff is already on the held item. And so origin, which is an inventory handle. Where the item came from, so we can return it if it dropped. If it was dropped, if we drop it somewhere invalid. Okay, so a handle was okay. So the inventory that it came from. I don't think we need entry. So my only concern is it will technically rearrange the order of the inventory, but I don't think that matters because nothing should point to the index into the slot. Okay. Okay. So we have to use create prelude. Okay, so we have our inventory handle, we have our held item, which again, held item becomes a component. Now, my concern with held item is that like we kind of want the user to be able to pick up multiple items and that kind of thing. So we need to do like weird stuff. So we need to do like a plugin. I really wish this thing scanned for the Bevy prelude so I didn't add it every time. Mouse interaction. Like, that's not how you do that. Mouse interaction plugin, please. Mouse interaction plugin. Okay, so we need to reposition the this item, whatever it happens to be, to underneath the cursor every single time. Now, one way of doing that would actually be to have the cursor slot, and then when we pick up the item, to somehow child it under the cursor slot. Because then you don't actually need to keep the offset, because theoretically the child item will have the correct offset, and then you just need the origin for dropping purposes, which is probably like a way smarter idea. Anyway. So we need like a event. So it's going to be like a pub in mouse event, maybe. All right. We should probably call it cursor event, because then again, like it's no longer specifically the mouse. So I guess that would go up here, wouldn't it? We say like this is a cursor event, so we're gonna like pick up. Oh, it's not even like or entry. No. UVec2. Okay, so please use Bevy prelude. Use Bevy prelude. Okay, so UVec2. So we're going to say that that's how that works. You like pick up at this location. All right. Now, my issue with this is we ran into a little bit of an issue with the mouse clicking in that if the inventory isn't at 0, 0, then the relative position is to the inventory, and the inventory may not actually be that position according to the mouse, but I'm sure we can work that out. So yeah, cursor event. So we can pick up item, we can drop item. Oh, I guess that's the other cursor event is going to drop. I guess we have rotate. So we like rotate CC, W, and rotate clockwise. Two different things you can do. Yeah, the idea is to kind of have it do its own thing. So really, this stuff like cursor slot, held item, like these should all be like up at the top, upper layer, because they're not actually to do. Like all this stuff isn't anything to do with the mouse, so we should cut all that out and go up to up here and be like, this stuff all goes up here. Can you please also use create prelude? All right, we also need to use system params, don't we? Oh, okay, just get rid of this because we're not using it for now. So my thing here is like, again, like it means that we can make the inventory fire a cursor event, which doesn't have to relate to the mouse, because that means like we could do like controllers can move around, and then when you click, it fires a pickup at this location. So we would be like fn detect pickup like this, and we say click on pointer click. So apparently we've got res cursor, which is interesting. I guess that's interesting because what that translates to is the mouse interaction plugin is the one that's actually in charge of updating the cursor slot, but the cursor slot's the same across all interaction modes. So if you had a console thing, that you could make the arrow key move the slot around, whereas the mouse teleports the slot. So we need to be like app.add observer detect pickup. So we have our click. Now, my concern with this cursor slot thing is that, like, I mean, we can do that. I'm just thinking to myself, be like, use what? You just derive system param, please, and then it's gonna be like a struct inventory cursor. Right. So we need to apparently I spelled that wrong. System. Okay. So we derive system param, and then this is going to be the cursor. Which is a single. That's not how that works, I don't think. So we need like a W, I think. Single just needs W. You need W and S, and then this is W and S, and it takes an entity with cursor slot. So now we can get access to the cursor, like whenever we like. Now my annoying thing is like I want to be like T and then be able to access it as well. But anyway, so when we detect the pickup. Yeah, okay. So detect pickup. Well, you want to child the sprite underneath it, I guess. So we need to go something along the lines of, I guess we'll call them icons, and this is going to query for rendered item. So we're going to find wherever the hell I called it something else, but like we're going to rename it to rendered item because it makes way more sense. So there's a spawn inventory. Okay, is it up here? This is a render inventory, render slot. Right, render, node renderer. It's going to be in here. No, it's probably an inventory. It's probably like a rendered item. Just capital item. Item prefix. Don't put a breakpoint in, please. Somewhere. Okay. Fine, maybe check the prelude. That's likely to have everything. I don't remember what it called it, like in the slightest. The render prelude. Item descriptor, option, shape, slot, cell type. Inventory manager, commands, add failed. Inventory node. Can we get rid of like this whole thing? We have inventory node. Look at this whole thing. You just bring the rendering loaded. mouse interaction. Where the fuck did I put it then? Is it in rendering preload? I mean, that would make most sense. Displayed item. Displayed item. Okay. So, oops. I want to go back to wherever the render prelude was. Yeah, and we're going to go, hey, you're actually called a rendered item. Yeah, oh, okay. That's not how that works, but okay. Get rid of that. F2 to F12 to U, F2 to U, paste to U, and go, hey, rendered item. Okay. So from rendered item, we now have access to the rendered item, which points to the item that it is currently rendering. Lovely. So when you click on this item, I guess we can go like items and then query for item and then item descriptors, which is no, don't query for item descriptors, it's an asset. Res assets item descriptor. Right. And then we can be like if no, it's like let okay rendered item equals icons click and clicked. Alright, otherwise you can click on an item and we don't care. And then we go let OK item is get the rendered items item, otherwise we don't care. So we've got the actual item itself, which should have the item descriptor on it. And then we say that descriptor is item descriptor got item descriptor. Correct. Okay. And then we sort of like say like, hey, clicked on item with descriptor. We actually want to say click dot entity and be like that. All right. So this is detect pickup, and this is the mouse interaction plugin. So we're going to go back to interaction. We're going to go up a layer, and we're going to go. Well, apparently we don't have an interaction plugin. So honestly, not that big of a deal. Plugin in interaction plugin. Right, that's how that's spelled. Plugin. Thank you. And then this is like app dot add plugin mouse interaction plugin. Okay, technically you could add these separately, but for now I'm going to like not even make it an option that you can do. We go up to rendering. I don't think it's rendering. It'd be like interaction. Do I have mouse interaction as like a feature flag or something? I think I do. So there's tooltips, which requires experimental features feathers. So we need mouse interaction. Which is going to need interaction. Other way. You require interaction. Tooltips is going to also require interaction, but again, the tooltips theoretically will change based on the pipeline. So we have our mouse interaction. So then we go back to our inventory here. So we add this inventory plugin, and then we go to inventory. No, it's rendering. The rendering plugin is down here. Inventory rendering plugin. So we're going to go like config features equals interaction, and then we say app.add interaction plugin. Okay, and then we go to interaction plugin and we say, hey, like you add the mouse interaction, which again, I guess I already have the feature. What the fuck does no mouse interaction? Thank you. So mouse interaction is not a default feature, so like the IDE is just removing it. So we're going to say that mouse interaction is default. It's like same as we have tooltips as being default for the same reason. Otherwise, they don't show up in the IDE properly. Right. So that should mean that when I go back to here and I say like run, we should be able to like hover over and click on an inventory, and it should say like, hey, you clicked on this item, and tell me what the item I clicked on was. Okay. So, did it tell me? It did. Okay, so I clicked on item 96 with descriptor phone on. Okay, cool. So, I guess that's how that kind of works. And I guess we want to be like commands. I don't know if I want to trigger them, but I guess I can trigger them. So it'll be like commands dot trigger cursor. What are they called? They're called cursor events. I guess we call it inventory event. Inventory. Inventory event. Oh, actually, that's an interesting question. So it'll be like inventory event. We have to like use super. Use super. Like so that we can like get access to the inventory event. Let me say inventory event pickup. That's interesting. My thing with this is like we kind of already know where we are. So like detect pickup. I guess we can look up the item, like because the item, I believe, when we have an item, we also give it like a position, I think. Like because it depends on like where in the inventory it is. Yeah. So the item has a position. And that position means that we effectively just need to check that you actually clicked on an item. And then we have to get the item. And then we don't care about anything else. Well, I guess technically we should probably check the item descriptor for something like can't be picked up. But okay. So we'll put it like a to-do. To-do. Well, wrong kind of to-do. We need a comment to do so that like it doesn't crash. To-do. Make check descriptor to make sure this item can actually be picked up. Don't even really need to do that. Like technically we can just check, did you click on an item? Oh no, because we need to get the item. The specific item doesn't matter until after you pick it up. And the idea is that you want to do all this like weird bespoke logic. So it's more like detect pickup, return. So we can check like the cursor mode, and then do something. I don't even think that's necessary. I literally think we just work out what item was clicked on. Well, no, because we don't need to. This is a difficult thing because I'm like trying to think how to like not make it super fickle to like how you're interacting with it, but I also need it to not It needs to not be fickle, but it also needs to not do... Okay, so we effectively just need to check that you actually, like, well, clicked on the icon, then clicked on the item, and then this saves me having to calculate the exact location. Except we run into a small issue. Again, that would be like a depending on the cursor mode. I don't even think we want to call it pickup. I want to call it like primary. So we want to be like trigger. Like it'd be like commands trigger. Tooltip activation, no trigger. Inventory event. And then it's like pickup, but then like we pick up this location, which I mean, sure, why not? But like at that point, we don't care about the item descriptor, which I mean, I guess it does redundant. Like it reduces the complexity of this a lot, but it also means that like we effectively don't even care about the item. We can just be like with item, and then we grab your shape, I guess. Like that, and then we just say pick up. We have the shape, and then we say like item dot position. And this is where the issue comes in, is that I've said, hey, pick up this item, but I don't actually know what the offset is or anything. Why is your position? You're an IVEC too. Okay. Oh, because we said, yeah, no, to pick up. We changed it to IVEC. Thank you. Same with drop. Drop is IVEC. Thank you. I want to call it like primary and secondary though, because can I actually check duration, hit data. We can actually probably check that. For now I'm going to call it pickup, but the idea is that we don't actually know what the offset is. Presumably we can do a bunch of stuff, but we don't even know where it's coming from at this point. So it'd be like a derive event. So like we need some kind of way of being like, hey, something like this item was picked up. Which it's, again, this makes it all relative, so we actually don't have to worry about where exactly in the inventory the item is, like if it's scaled or any of that kind of stuff. We don't have any math, we just look at where the item is currently placed. Okay, pick up that item. But we can't really calculate an offset or anything. Okay, I mean, it kind of makes sense, because the idea would be that you would actually despawn the rendered item because you removed it from the inventory, because then it works on multiple inventories as well. So despawn them rather than setting it underneath, because that means if you have two inventories, it'll clear out the other inventory. We then spawn a new one underneath. Okay. I mean, that should be fairly straightforward. So we probably want like a new like thing that's like mod events or interactions. Interactions. What? Just deleted it. Okay. So we have interactions, and we're gonna have like a pub pickup. Because it's gonna like try pickup. Try pickup. Right. So try pickup is going to be like on on. Well, that makes it like I want to rearrange this entire upper structure here and say, instead of doing that, just have an event pub struct pickup item. That's even more interesting because we literally just be like, hey, rendered item. And just be like, hey, do you want to trigger pickup item? And they would just say like rendered item. Because everything else can be done inside of this interaction. So we say like on pickup item. We need to use Bevy's preload. So we should probably use super like this just to make everything a little bit cleaner. Right. So try pickup item, and then we say on pickup item. So in the items. So we say query. We don't care about the rendered item because this is the specific item. So we're going to say item. Okay. I'll call this like 2 because, yeah. So we say let okay item equals items.get 2.0 else one pickup event references an entity that does not have an item component. Okay, cool. So we have the item itself, which actually gives us nothing but the descriptor, which also is something that we kind of need, but also don't really care about. This is the annoying thing. We need to work out what inventory you're in. So we do this and be like shape. This is the obnoxious part, isn't it? Is that effectively you detect a pickup, and while you're here, this should very clearly know which inventory you're in. Like it could be pretty easy to look up the inventory, but you kind of have to do that at this point. So we'd be like your child of and get your parent. My thing is like I need some kind of double pointing thing of like when an item's in an inventory, it gets a specific item. That marks it's in a specific inventory. So we'd want to be like inventory. So an inventory, and an inventory is a bunch of slots. So that slots just need to be entries. Inventory can have a position and a size, and entries. Yeah, okay. So this is very architectural. Is what this is. So what I need to do is with my interaction is we need to add like a try remove functionality. So like try pickup. So we get the item and its shape like so. So then we can look up the item descriptors. Maybe. So we don't want like item descriptors, which is res as item descriptors. This is probably going to need to be its own thing because of how complicated it is to try and get this stuff. I don't want to have to do it every single time. So like let some descriptor. The descriptor is get item So we should just be able to pass item, because if not, we'll go correct. Okay, yeah. So item descriptor get item. Item entity has an item component with a handle that does not correspond to an item descriptor. Yes. Okay. Cool. So we have our descriptor. From there, we have our does not have an item component. Okay. So we got a descriptor. We're going to say if descriptor dot well, the item being on the ground would be enough. Like theoretically, we could just stick all this shit on the actual item. Like the descriptor doesn't need to stay on the item. Well, it does for looking up other stuff, but theoretically, we could store all sorts of things like locked. Maybe we like the ordering of stuff. So we got item descriptor dot is movable. So not is movable. Worn. Yep. Right. So we have to go to item descriptor and just add like a something that's like is underscore movable. No, then we just return true. Just always return true. Okay. It is movable. Right. So we're going to say the item is not movable. This is more for testing purposes, that we test to see if it can move. All right. Then we have to say we need like the inventory manager. So mute inventory manager. That sucks that you've got a headache. Sorry, my brain really struggling to read that for some reason. Yeah. I hate those days where you're like, I really want to be doing this, but like I can't think straight. And then I find it even more annoying because it's on the days I'm like, man, I feel great. And then I'm like, I should do this thing, and I don't. It's like I never want to do things on days that I can't do it. It annoys me to no end. But anyway, so here's the annoying thing, and it's why I kind of feel like we want like inventories to have some kind of back propagation. But then again, like at that point, you may as well just go them being assets like this if we're just going to back prop to them, because at that point you could just store. And now I'm thinking of doing the entity system as like an entity component, like nested bunch of drop downs kind of thing. Would be kind of cool, but also like I like them being assets. I mean, they could technically just be both. Well, it can't be both, but like the idea being that like you could have the inventory be a part of the hierarchy, and then the rendering points to an entity and then renders the rest of the way down. Probably a much smarter way of doing it. Okay, so inventory manager, and then we get inventory manager, and then we're going to say, hey, the inventory manager. I guess that's the advantage of this, is because we're doing the assets. The inventory manager. I like handles. I don't know. That's such a weird architecture choice to be like, do I go with A or do I go with B? Because at the moment, it's not really doing anything. Except making it kind of difficult to interact with. Maybe we do that. But let's get this working first. So we're going to say, I guess we have to iterate through like every inventory. My main reason for thinking like make them assets is because it's then possible to load them. But there's no reason you couldn't make the inventory asset a thing that you can then spawn, similar to like scenes, where like you spawn a scene and it spawns all the stuff inside the scene, but the scene asset still exists that contains all the stuff. That seems like an interesting way of doing it, maybe. Might work. Anyway, we need to work on this and be like, so there's open inventory, there's create inventory, and then inventory is like pub find item. This alone is enough to try and convince me that maybe I shouldn't be doing it this way. In that, like, the fact that I have to check every single inventory to work out which inventory it's in. So you're going to return an optional handle inventory, like so. Yeah, because we're giving it an item. And then the item's position is relative to the inside inventory. Yeah, so we're going to return an inventory handle, and then we're going to say, like, for handle inventory in inventory assets iterator, if inventory contains item. No, we say inventory dot contains don't return nothing. But if inventory contains item, return some handle clone. That one. Into. No. Okay. You return an asset ID inventory like that, and then they say, hey, if you contain the handle, just return the handle. And then inventory just needs to have a contains. Contains and then entry. Yeah, I think we're gonna make the inventory a tree structure instead, because it's getting to that level of like, I'm now having to dig through every single one. Yeah, so it's like self slots iter any slot entries iter any entries entry item. Whereas if we go the other way, we can just propagate our way back up and go, this item's in this inventory, which is in that inventory, which is in this inventory. Or in this slot of this inventory. So nesting certainly makes much more. Okay, so hub from contains self item entry, and then you return a boolean. No, we'll do that after. I'm just gonna get this working, I guess, get picking up items back into actually working. So not movable, and then we're gonna say the inventory manager has a find item. Okay. Which then goes, hey, do you contain this? And then returns that handle. Okay, so then we go back to our interaction and we say, let some inventory equals inventory manager find item, else item entry is not in any inventory. Then we say let some inventory equals inventory manager open inventory, else inventory assets or empty entity not found. Okay, and then we just say inventory dot remove item. Mm-hmm. 2.0. Right, so this is the actual, okay. Which gives us all the information because we have the inventory. So let okay, and then it's that's like the slot. And what did we say there? Inventory handle It's just a slot. Okay. So that okay slot. We don't even care about the entry. We just be like, get us the slot. Else failed to remove item from inventory. So let okay slot equals inventory removed to else. Okay. So now we have the slot. We would then need the cursor, I think. We don't even use the shape at this point. Yeah, because we're just removing the item itself. We don't ever need the shape because we don't actually need to know where it was. So we need the cursor, which I think is like it's the inventory cursor? Inventory cursor. Yeah, which you have access to the single inventory slot. So then we would want to be like, I guess we can go here and give you commands, like new, yeah, commands. Which is a W and S, like so. Right, so that gives us our commands. And then that means we can say like cursor dot hold item and then you need a what's it called, like an inventory handle, and then it was like inventory and slot. Right. You need to do like pub crate. You also need to do pub crate. Okay. So inventory is inventory asset ID. You don't need that. You just inventory. And the slot is slot index is slot. Right. So you're saying that inventory is wrong? No. Right. ID. Thank you. So this is an inventory underscore ID, like this. Right. So we have our inventory ID and our slot index slot. So now we just need to add cursor hold. Where we're like pub, simple inventory cursor anonymous pub hold. You passed in an item, which is right. Let cursor entity self dot get. No, I think you just dereference yourself thinking just like this. Then you say self cursor entity insert held item. Okay, first up, you don't take in an item, you just take in an entity. Now, the issue is getting the offset. Honestly, no idea how to get the offset at this point. We're just going to stick in the origin and we're going to go, hey, does this like let me pick it up at least? Okay. So no, we get a shape, we get a descriptor. At some point we returned an asset ID, didn't we? No, it's on dot. Oh no, 2.0. Right, so hold that item. Okay. And then you stick that hold item on. The hold item has access to that. feel like it should be a child, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that. We need to somehow make you render the right thing. So we're like node inventory node. Can we qualify you? No, apparently not. Oh, because we can get to here without. Right. So we have our inventory node. Fine. Honestly, we're getting to the level of like, this is getting insanely complicated. I want to fix other things first. So we're going to go mouse, detect pickup. Your inspectable here needs to be like add observer interactions try pickup. So the last thing we need to probably do is say in try pickup, can you just like say that you picked it up? The other thing we need to do is like remove it from the inventory, which would then remove it from all of the things, because technically item doesn't have it, but there's like a rendering component that would return like all the things that are rendering it, and therefore like we could just like despawn all of them. So since we never use the shape, let's just find out what that was. It's like rendering. So let's go back to where rendered item was. It's somewhere in here. It's like displaying item. So first off, let's paste this and say rendering item. This is all the things that are rendering this item. And we go, hey, rendering. Okay, grab everything, all the rendering. So this is and then we go like commands like this, put this up the top, and we go you grab the hold item and then you say rendering dot for item in rendering iter, something like that. Oh, apparently that worked. All right. Remove child or shape. No, just despawn it. Dot despawn. This will at least tell me that it picked up the item, because the item will disappear. You won't be able to put the item back down, but it'll disappear. And then I want to reshape how inventories work, because I think making them completely component based would be much smarter. So hopefully this will work. So when I pick up this phone, it did nothing. Now, is that because I haven't added the interaction plugin or something? Probably. So there's the interaction plugin. What adds the interaction plugin? The render plugin? I don't think it adds it. I can check though. No, yeah, you add the interaction plugin. Is it just that interaction? Remove mouse interaction default. Oh, yeah, no, because I checked it because it was working. Why did it not work? You. And wait, we can go like it's like commands dot entity 2 dot 0 dot despawn related, and then you specify the relationship is render item. Then we don't even need this at all, but anyway. Can we then like print line picked up item from inventory spot? Because that means we can also get rid of all the slot ID stuff, because just, you know, an inventory has an inventory or has an inventory or it doesn't. I guess that works like way better. What am I doing? And here going run inventory, please. When I click on it, it should pick it up, which is the key point. That it should pick it up. Let's find out. No, so it didn't actually say that it did it. So that's the annoying part, is that somewhere I'm fucking up the... We're picking up, because I'm sure I had it working. Wait, maybe it was the mouse interaction was firing. So we go to rendering interactions, interaction. So for some reason you're not firing. You should be fine. You should be fine. So it's you're fire. You. It may just not be making it to the bottom, but I think each of these says something. Yeah. So mouse interaction. So detected pickup. So can I please have you, I guess, get to here, be like print line clicked on item, and we go, because mouse interaction, so we go to mod and we go you add mouse interaction. I don't think anything's adding the interaction plugin. No, it is. The rendering adds the interaction plugin. So spawned waddle. Okay, clicked on item with entity. Okay. Clicked on entity with item. 85. Right. So then you trigger. You trigger pickup item. Render item item. So you triggered this. Now interaction. Yeah. This is what adds the mouse pins. So you definitely try interaction. This is 100% an event. That's added the observer. So if we go interaction, can we go print line? I think it's just not despawning it is the annoying thing here, but it's also not getting to here because picked up item from inventory slot. So one of these other ones must be failing. But like how? So clicked on item. It's triggering the event, but it's not actually firing anything. Why are you not firing? Did I just put the wrong thing? No. Add observer, try interaction. I don't understand that one. We trigger it, but then it's never triggered. On polygon 2 render interaction. Which is poly interaction, yeah. Pick up item. Why do you never file? Well, I'm assuming the observer exists. Weird. The hard thing is like I don't know how to fucking check this thing. In the more like general sense of being like, how do I know this observer exists? So there's all these observers and everything, but like I don't know how to point to them. Apparently I have 2 monitors. Oh yeah, I do. Observers. There's all these observers, but when I click on you, you do nothing. Try to drop item into inventory. Item not found in inventory, ignore drop. Right, item not found in inventory. Something's printing trying to drop item into inventory. No, but that's unrelated because I haven't added any kind of drop code. Why the fuck are you not? Why is try pickup not working? One of these must be failing. You're failing. Because we never spawned the cursor. That's why it's not running, it's because it's not meeting the cursor conditions. Alright, so add system startup spawn cursor slot. Okay, so your cursor slot, you probably need a transform. Add a visibility. Maybe visible, please. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. So if I do that, is this gonna do something? Maybe. We'll find out. Yeah, still didn't despawn the other phone, but it's at least it said received pickup event for entity. And then it says item 85 is not in any inventory. Isn't it? Oh, I bet it's because it's being removed by the other fucking code. Yes, hello. Can you not pick up items, please? Yeah, so that code obviously runs first, removes it from the inventory, and then the other code runs and goes, oh, it's not here. Alright, so hopefully now when I pick it up, hey, it disappears from both. Oh. Picked up item from inventory. Index apparently 0, generation 0. That's concerning. Oh no, that's the ID. Yeah, okay. Slot 0. Received pick up item event. Okay, so I can see it disappears the item. I can pick up another one. When I pick them up, they disappear from both. So my thing is I want to redo inventories. So that inventories I don't know what it's doing. It's parenting them somewhere. It's despawning all the rendering of them. Why is it not spawning a new rendering? Probably just because I was lazy. Probably. Okay. I guess we commit this and we say added pickup event. My thing is I want to redo how inventories work, but I'm a bit concerned that it's difficult to test to see if I'm keeping the behavior the same when I can only pick up an item and make it disappear. I can't pick up an item and move it around kind of thing. So I'm going, do I spend the extra time adding the ability to at least render the item when I pick it up. I think how hard it's going to be. So we despawn related. When we call holes on you, I guess it's a U, and we go. Damn, you need access to the specific pipeline that we're using, wouldn't you? Okay. So this is inside of here. I can be like. We can be like derive config features equals sprite rendering. No, be like node rendering, and it'd be like self.command entity, and then insert like super. Super puts you, where are we at the moment? We're in interaction, so that puts you into renderer, and then we can say node renderer. Item node. Oh, maybe. I don't think so. You do a bunch of fancy stuff, but like, I think the item, yeah, the entity, style entity. Yeah, I think that's getting the inventory that you're pointing to, which is not actually what we want. We want to say like render items. How do you work when you spawn a node window? You say it's a rendered slot, inventory slot, node, item, node, child of. Yeah, yep. So it's an item node, which points to the actual base inventory. It's a render item that points. But so the annoying thing is I think it's actually the node inventory that. So we actually need to have the inventory to be able to style it. Render. So super. Where is that coming from? You. Item node and item node. Yeah. You. What is it? It's a render item. Render item comes from rendering. Renderer. The inside renderer? When rendering. Okay. So it's like super. Render rendered item. And then you say like item. I have no idea what that's going to do to you, but are you the one that I'm inserting the pipeline stuff for? Who knows? Sure. Now the issue is you're going to struggle to get a styling, but that should mean that at least when I pick it up, it'll appear in my hand, and when I pick up the next one, it should maybe disappear. Maybe not. Very strange. And by strange, I mean poor design, but you know. So when I pick you up, do you spawn a new one? I mean, you probably should have. Somewhere. Maybe right at the bottom? No? We have node rendering term. So I guess sticking you in doesn't do anything. It kind of makes sense. So somewhere one of these is like the cursor slot. question, visibility, yeah. Rendering item, yep. You just don't have, you know, like anything else. So how do we actually make you render the correct thing then? So node renderer, and then like item node. So you have to point to the inventory or something. I guess you can literally point nowhere, so that's fine. So for display, mute image, mute node, inventory node, entity, mute. This is still it updates the image node. So image node requires node and image node. And also that will give us the transform, the image transform, and there's the rendered item there. So just need to give you an item node, I guess. Like, I feel like that's the only thing that's left missing. So, we sec interactions, pick up. We despawn that inventory handle. No, it's cursor hold. So again, I'm just doing this because I'm going to refactor everything, and it would be nice to be able to actually see that it's goddamn working properly. To know that I haven't broken anything when I'm done. So we also need to go item node default. No. And technically you just point to self. Alright, you point to self, and then it's going to tell me that self doesn't have a style, but that's fine. Because that should give me like everything I need to render it, I think. Pick that up. Hey, look, a tiny phone over there. And when I pick up like this bottle, that tiny phone becomes a bottle over there. And then this becomes like a bottle. Okay. So, and other bottle disappeared as well. So at the very least, I know that it's letting me pick up items. And then when I guess, do we have the ability to put back down? I'd be able to rotate arms. At what point do we stop adding functionality? Well, I feel like all that functionality is going to hit the same pathway. So what are we going to do? So this, again, node rendering, no, sprite rendering, no, interaction. Second interaction. So I guess we commit that. Let's say fix not rendering current held item. Okay. So I guess what you could check when we say interaction in try pickup, where you get cursor. Maybe like display. Well, I guess you just go here and you just go this entity and then like an option. Well, if you display entity. Rendered item. Option rendered item. The idea now being that we can like just a pub entity Just dereference self dot cursor dot 0, please. You just always return an entity. That would be appreciated. Why are you still complaining? Missing lifetime. Static. Okay, cool. So you don't like that because it's not this, it's u.entity. Like that, and then that should fix all of that, and then you're not liking that because you can't dereference an entity, which is self-cursor 0. Right. So now we can check, and then we're going to go like, hey, it's a terrible way of checking, but empty. What? I guess is empty. Takes in self and returns self.cursor.1.isNone. Oh, yeah, alright. So is none, and then so this is empty. So we go interaction, we say, hey, try pickup, and we say if cursor.is empty, we say attempt to pick up item while already holding item return. Apparently this whole thing's a bit redundant. It's fun. This whole thing is unnecessary. Unwrap that, that. We just have our item. Right, so this is try pickup. And then we just need to do like the fn try drop. So we need cursor. The thing is that the drop item will be at a location. So again, I need the cursor. So we have to come up here and be like, da. Again, all the more reason to do a hierarchy-based one. What was I doing? So drop means that we have to go back up to here. And go, okay, this is pickup item. Now we need to be like, please drop item, and then pub inventory position. I vec2. Right. So we call drop item. The detect pickup mod. Okay. So try drop item, which is to say on drop item. So if let some else item. Okay. Where? That 2. Score you 2 again to get you out of the fucking way. There's a cursor dot item. So if we said like item, which just returns render item, okay. Okay, so we have like items. We need item descriptors. No, wait, we can do this with a inventory manager, like so. Let me say let some item else. You can just return, because again, I don't really care if the inventory is empty. So we have that, and then we say in inventory manager dot open inventory. We need an asset ID. Okay, so drop item. This needs to be oh, it is an asset ID. Okay, cool. So we go here and we say on.inventory. Apparently that's not public. No, it's definitely public. Let sum equals, so inventory on no, it's two dot inventory else inventory not found. Okay, and then we say inventory manager open inventory manager. So we have open the inventory, and then we say inventory inventory dot add item add. So annoyingly, we need to get, I guess, item, because we have the position, but we don't really have the orientation, which is annoying. So I guess drop item needs to have a position and a pub orientation, which is going to be, so add item, we need the item, so we need 2 dot oh no, we need item, so we need item 2 dot position and 2 dot orientation. And we do this. Apparently we didn't make this mutable, so it's getting mute. There we go. Okay, so we just if let error be warning failed to add item to inventory. So then if we get to here, we can say inventory dot no say cursor dot drop. Okay, and then we need to add drop, which I guess just removes the rendered item. That seems easy enough. Okay. Okay, so you say cursor item empty return. Okay, so we go back to here and we be like, can you add a, so there's try pickup and then there's try drop. Right, so try drop, we take the drop item, we go the inventory cursor and the inventory manager, and we say, hey, take the location you told me to drop it, try and drop it, and then if you succeed to add it to the inventory, drop it. Okay. Then we go back to, I guess it's mouse, and we go, I guess it's detect drop. So first off, it's not render item. We need the cursor. Inventory cursor. Because otherwise the issue is that you'll pick up and drop the item immediately. So app.add observer detect drop. So render item. So it's like something more like if cursor is empty return. Same problem. You'll immediately pick up the item. And then the cursor will have an item in it. Oh no, because we insert it, which means that this will happen in the same thing, because we have to wait one turn for this query to be returned true. So this should actually work, because the pickup and drop will happen on the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So we say cursor, so we need to know, I guess, where we clicked. So we need to be like, do you hold a rendered inventory? And we're like, hey, let OK rendered inventory, and then we return, otherwise we return. And then annoyingly, we need to know like the click inside. Click dot. So there's a button, duration, entity, hit data. Okay. Dot camera that it came from, the depth, the normal, the position. Position reported by the backend. This data is available if the data is available. Position data may be in any space. Is your world space, screen space, local space, specified by the backend providing it. Okay, so that's fuck you. I guess we just print this out a few times. So we can be like, if let sum pos equals position dot click else and okay. So hit data. Why is it saying expected block? Oh, it's a sorry, let sum. Thank you, like that. And then we go here's like print. But, right, if I run this, I can now detect the clicks that should drop an item. So we have to pick up an item and then we can like try and drop it a few times to see where it's going to go. The other stuff shouldn't get in the way anymore because effectively I told it to stop picking shit up, which means it can't actually like know that something's been picked up to then drop it. All right, so you're saying like your position is well, first up, not inside the item. How would you look at that? So this gives the position of the click relative to the internal space, which is actually really good. I think, I hope. Because I will at some point, but because of my test code using assets that you have to actually have the game and like I've ripped out of the game, I don't want to publish it so that like none of my examples would work because none of that would be there. Like none of these assets would be here, these icons and stuff, because I've ripped them from the game, which means that, like none of these examples would be able to work. But I can push the code if you want. I'll do that. And once I fix this and get like the dropping working, I'll push the code, I'll run to the bathroom, and then I'll continue on this. So I also need to make sure it's actually going to like put the right stuff up. Anyway, a bunch of the commits will be missing because I originally had it as part of like a sub crate in here and then I ripped it out. So a bunch of the stuff was already just here in terms of like the very first commit was just me pulling it all out. And also my commit history is terrible and I will like do a bunch of changes and then be like, I don't know, it works. And because I usually do commits more like a backup so that like I'm like, hey, I know this will work. This is interesting to know though, because I didn't realize that this gave me relative position. That's why my my offset keeps fucking up is because anyway, so we have this, we have the position. So theoretically, the position, because this is 0, 0, is this is negative, right? Like we click right here, negative 0.5. So if I said let pos equals pos plus vec2 splat 0.5, that should bring it. Why are you not working? Okay. It's vec3. No, dot extend. Oh no, that's someone else's. Mine I thought was linked down there, but I'll add it because I haven't been committing the code, so it's not in the description of the stream because it's like I don't want to have it down there and then people like not be able to get to it, sort of thing. But yeah, I'll link it. I can drop it in chat for you just a sec. I'll drop in chat my GitHub so you can just jump to it, but it will be in the description once I push it, I guess. Where'd my stream go? One of these tabs. So that's my GitHub. They clicked on the inventory, so now I'm correcting the position to be 0 to 1, and then we need the inventory, so rendered inventory, so I guess we need to get the inventory. Ooh, that's annoying because it's the we need the annoying. So we need slot, which is query rendered slot like so. Then we need to be like we get that, then we say let slot equal let it's like okay, slot equals, ooh, that's an interesting question because we're hitting rendered inventory, but that implies, so we don't actually be querying because icon isn't rendered inventory, because that does tell me that probably if I was to run this it wouldn't work. So you would actually be, we want to say like slot is so slot, right, and then we want to add slot position slot, and then we say inventory inventory equals slot get slot.inventory. Okay, so inventory icon get slot.inventory. Okay, so this gets the slot we clicked on. Then we get the position of the slot relative to the thing we clicked on, and then we well, the other one was the same, I guess, because it must have been propagating down. So that gets us the inventory itself. That's the rendered inventory. Then we can say protect drop. So we then want to go, I guess we want the like mute inventory manager. I'm going to be like inventory manager dot open inventory. So let some inventory else clicked on inventory. Okay, so that should get us the actual inventory commands, and then we can say inventory dot get slot, and then your index is slot dot index. And then we say let in equals pos dot slot pos times by slot dot size dot as vec2 as vec3. I don't think that's gonna work. No, as vec2 dot extend 0. Honestly, at that point, I feel like you are the one that needs to be fixed. So you need to be truncated. That drops it to a vec2. Then we don't need to extend u, which means we also don't need to extend u, because again, z should always just be 0. So we clicked in, and then we want to say just change that to clicked in. And this should then let me, I guess, know what slot in the inventory we clicked in. And then we just trigger the event and say, hey, drop the item here. Okay. So when I click like, yeah, or nothing happens. So we pick up the phone, and then we click here, and we go, okay. So well, I guess if I click here, it should say to pick up item 1. Okay. Nope, that's saying we clicked on position 2 and 89. What do you say that this position is? 0.56. Why do you think this is? Oh, because we're clicking on the bottle. That's why. Clicked on item. little bit annoying because when I click on the bottle, it breaks the whole thing. So this is, it's 5 wide, so that's less than 5, which means that's 4. Yeah, 4, 0, and okay. So, and it's 7 high, so it's less than 7. Yep. All right. So you always have to click within the range. I guess I should probably check the other one and be like, yeah, any chance that? I think we technically have to add the slot's position to it because this other slot, when we add an item, it's absolute position. So we pick up an item, then we click down here and we go, okay. So that says we dropped at 0, 0, and then that says we dropped at 4, 1. 4, 1. Right. So we clicked in, and then we need to do like plus slot dot position. So we take the position we clicked, we multiply it by the size of the slot, then we convert this as IVEC2, and then we say clicked in, and then that should give us the correct position, and then we can say that we now go, yeah, mute commands back. I got rid of it. Mute commands like this, and then we can go something like commands.trigger drop item. It's not even really drop item, it's like add item or something. Then we would say inventory ID pos. Well, actually, I don't think that's correct. So you would want to be ID. No, not you. You. So inventory becomes inventory underscore ID. I think. Dot into. Something like that. Right, and then pos becomes clicked in. And orientation, I guess we need to have the rotation 0? Well, that's annoying. Because that's what I'm kind of going, like, the orientation it would have to then pull off of the, I guess, we get rid of the orientation here and be like, you have to pull the orientation off of yourself if you want to check the orientation. Yeah, so, well, no. So you need the orientation, but to get the orientation, you have to like pull it off yourself. I guess we'll just go orientation drop 0. Technically adding the item. Yeah, see, there's so many things that get improved by basically saying that you just specify a component. So like you can add item or you could fit item, and this add item will get the item's position and rotation, whereas fit item will try other rotations as well. Failed to add item. Okay, so then you'll do that, and then you'll cursor to drop. So that should work. We're just going to always try rotation 0. When I pick up the item, I should be able to place the item back in. Which would be that it's like now it's testable and I can go back to, I can refactor the whole thing to not use the assets anymore, and then it can be purely ECS based stuff. Okay. So it said added phone to inventory with orientation drop 0. So it didn't seem to have got rid of that one. But then, like, can I pick up another one? The answer is apparently no. That's interesting. It really doesn't like that. Somehow I'm getting more and more items, I think. Failed to add. Yeah, but like, why? So when I drop an item, Don't I remove... You remove held item. But held item is not... Huh. Oh, okay. You got me there. %, the right thing to do is remove the fucking held item and the item node. Probably actually the super rendered item. Remove the rendered item. Yeah. I guess we can just do both. Yeah, remove both, add both. So the issue was I wasn't checking the right component. I was checking to see if we were rendering it, and then removing a completely different component than the one we were rendering. Now, the annoying thing is when you add something to an inventory, again, because of the way it's all structured, the inventory doesn't get updated correctly. But that's fine. Why are you complaining? Held item dot item entity. So I pick you up, and you're over there, and then I put you down. Okay, so it added the phone to the inventory, and I can click on tries. There's some reason still rendering over there, but like not entirely sure why. Not pointer cursor slot. Didn't I remove? Oh, I didn't remove the image node. Duh, okay. The only bit that's actually important to remove is the image node, because then you can't see it. That's funny. Right. Now, obviously, the new one doesn't appear, which is the next big issue, and is, you know, entirely the whole fucking thing about like, yeah, that's why I'm going to pivot to a different type of inventory system. Because the issue at the moment is I need to track to see when the resource changed, and then with the changed resource, I would need to work out the differences and propagate the differences. Whereas what I can do the other way is go when you add the item back. Okay, so when I place you, you just pick from over there. I can pick you up, and then I can place you. And then I can pick you up and place. Well, I'll find a spot. So they're actually working. They're just not re-rendering. So I'm going to call that good. Because effectively it's a lot of work to make it render them when they've been added, and I'm literally about to change how it works, so all that would be wasted work. So I'm going to commit this, and then I'll publish it so that you can have a look. Just do be aware again, like the assets folder here is not being it won't be published, so none of this stuff will work unless you actually go and rip these icons from the game yourself, or put your own icons with the same names in these locations. But you can easily read the code without that stuff. Just the examples won't work. You GitHub. Okay, so added drop. Okay, now we'll just publish, and then this is just poly inventory. I'm going to render the toilet. I will be back. Okay. You're welcome to the code. Yeah, as I said, the examples won't exactly work because the sprites are missing. But like in terms of like the actual code, it should all work fine. And I'm sure you can just find some random things to put in there. For all I know, it'll render just white squares because technically the size is specified in the item file. So it's like it won't find the image, but it'll still, I think, look it up and render it 4x1. So it might just render probably just invisible rectangles. They might be white. I don't know how it renders when there's no sprite at all, but like I think the default image in Bevy is like a 1x1 pixel, so a white pixel. So if you don't specify an image or like it doesn't load, it will render white instead. Yeah. So we're going to refactor our entire inventory system to effectively not use was it? Yeah, like so basically like each inventory will have like a thing. So the primary way of going about it, I guess, is do we just rip the whole thing out? Not really. So first off is to go loading item scripts all the time. So somewhere I have like the inventory. Right up here. Inventory. Import inventory. So the thing with an inventory here is that I would kind of want it to be like it has slots and a vec, but I actually care about this. So this is like the asset type inventory. So add items. So this does all this weird stuff, but like what I want to do is probably comment all of this out. But at the very least, let's rename this like inventory asset. Right. And then because that'll point to a lot of the places where things are relying on stuff. So like the prelude. Sure. I'm really renaming like this instead of F2 renaming it because that will rename it everywhere. And that would kind of be silly. So this spawning inventory thing is kind of like dumb, but anyway. This is like old code from when I was doing it a different way. So we do that. Then we go, okay. When we spawn an inventory, this does the asset load inventory thing. So instead, we need some kind of way of marking an inventory. So what I'm thinking is we would probably go something like inventory. I kind of really just like we need to redo the whole thing. This is interaction. Inventory up here. So yeah, I do feel like I need to just redo the whole thing. So let's make like a is inventory, and we're gonna say like mod ECS underscore inventory like this. So the idea is that it'll delete that. It'll be a drop-in replacement. I can compile it didn't like me redoing it. Right, ECInv, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go okay. So we need like a bunch of stuff, but we're gonna like have like pub use Bevy prelude like this so that they can all like reach into their super to get it. So we're gonna say like mod is it shape size something? No, shape. So we have shape, and then we're gonna go like pub so use super. It's not like in that. Something's like taking ages to compile. So you know, like pub struct so we're going to say inventory offset pub ivec 2. So that's where it is in inventory. So where it is relative to the parent. Okay. So pub struct. Again, we're just basically going to be stealing a lot of the stuff from here. I guess we just go back to here then. Wherever that was. Let's just rename it back to inventory. And go, don't break everything. This should now recompile again, except apparently something here that I broke. Under inventory. Why are you broken? What did I break? Oh, because it's... No, no idea. Oh, because this changed. Right. So let's just make you a handle to an inventory. And again, keep you as a handle to an inventory. Maybe being like, let's not break any of this code until after I've got another thing that can spawn in the shape. So we want to go to here. It's like slot. So shape has like orientation. Right. And then we have our, so we have pub struct. This is our orientation, and then this is our, so where it is relative to the parent. This is how it is orientated. I don't know about relative to its parent, but let's call it how it's oriented. So there's inventory offset, and then there's orientation. But I think that's it. Like the shape then had cells as well, but like okay, and I guess yeah, so we like pub enum shape, which is just like rect at the moment, which is just gonna have size. Uvec 2. Right. That also needs to be it's going to be, I guess, clone, kind of default, debug, equal, par equal, and apparently reflect. I don't know why everything's trying to derive reflect all of a sudden. Right, you will reflect. And I guess, again, we also want you to probably derive component debug clone. Called reflect. I think the main reason that everything's getting reflect, your second component, is that lets us modify it with the like inspector. So we have our thing. Yeah. So I guess we need to go like test him. We come up here, we go. I guess we go. How does this work? So we have inventory. I think we have the inventory plugin, maybe. Mate. Apparently not. That must be in lib. So that it's the asset. Yeah, okay. Right, so it's going to come down here and be like app dot add system to startup. And this is our ECS inf spawn test inf. Something like that. This is just, again, to do remove this. ASAP. I just need this to why are you saying you can't find that? Wait. So it's like new commands. So we need to be like commands dot spawn. So you need to be some kind of like styled inventory. So I guess like what would you get? So rendering and then style. The style has the cell size and the background cells. So my thinking is that you would obviously need to like feel like first off like shape. What is it? Log shape. Orientation. 0 rotation. Shape. Inventory offset. 0. Apparently it's like 0, and then we'll have to add that. But anyway, we're going to say shape rect. Now what was our? Well, that's my interesting thing about you is that what shape actually are you? Because by that logic, you're because I'm thinking like that would imply that everything needs to be able to fit within. But I actually don't necessarily know if that's how I want it to work. In that, like, so at the moment, like the box has the same amount of space inside as it takes up. But like theoretically, I'd want to be able to have bigger insides than outsides. So technically, this rect like could be 0, 0 for this. Now. Would it be like 1 by 2? Because the idea is that we're trying to make the same example, like we're trying to spawn a test example, which is a big pocket and a small pocket. The trick with that is that 1 by 2 would mean that it has 2 slots for other things to be added, and those other things would be those other bag spots. So like I guess they would work like this. So we would then say children I don't know how we would describe this as morally. So first off, inventory offset. Let's import in inventory offset. So these should all probably be condensed into a single thing, because like it's basically the inventory transform. Maybe we'll call it that. Hub struct inventory transform, which has a translation, which is an IVEC2, an orientation, and a shape. And then we import. Oops, no, don't delete them. They are no longer components. Okay. So we implement you, and we say that you have a 0, which is self 0. And then we change this to being shape inventory transform Right, so I have to make these all public. And then we say orientation is rotation 0. That's that one taken care of. What's next? Inventory transform, please. Please explain what is inside of you. Translation and shape. Apparently you want to be 3 by 3. I think you're 1 by 2. Because again, the way that I think it's going to work. Is that you somehow need to have like all of your children. The thing is, I don't actually have to use the Bevy like hierarchy. I could like literally like use it, my own custom relationship thing. So like we could go mod relationships. We go in here and be all like pub use super. I don't know why going in here like always slows everything right the fuck down. And then we go. I think I need to restart my VS Code. It's starting to really chug. I'm just going to close all windows. Restart VS Code. It's going to take a little while to catch back up because it needs to reanalyze everything. But hopefully it won't have this big stuff backed up. Then we're going to here and be like pub struct items, which would then just be a vec of entity, and then you are a derive relation derive component. You are a relationship target for item pub struct item. We'll call it item in. Okay, and then we come down here and we say, hey, you derived component, and then you are a relationship. Not a relationship source, thank you. And then it's like relationship target. Target, which is then items. So then you become an entity. Like pub item in. Can I give you like deref please? Okay. I mean, I can give you deref as well if you like. So I like, I guess this wants to be like this. I'm gonna like let like backpack. Okay, cool. So you just spawn this in. Now I feel like you're shaping some rules. It's completely arbitrary at this point. And then, well, we'd be like dot id. Right. So this is the backpack, and then we want to like let slot 1 equal. So you spawn this with rotation 0 translate. So your size, slot 1 size was like 5 by 7 with slot 1, and then it's item in. Yep. So bring in the relationship and say item in backpack. So we're going to spawn you and then comma you. Right. Let's slot 1 and then like let So my concern with this is it's going to require like every item to have an item descriptor kind of thing. But effectively, no, you're 2x7. No, 2x5. 2x5. Now your translation is I think it's 8 actually. So that should put you at the bottom, and then your shape should be that shape. The backpack needs a style. So the backpack needs you're not an item in yourself. That would be really funny, but no. A inventory style. Actually, no, the default style should be loaded. Okay, which I guess if you're the root, then fine. Now, my vague annoyance with this is that we're saying your shape is 1 by 2. And we're saying your translation is 0, 0, and yours is 0, 8. And by that logic, your location inside of that is 0, 0, 8. So I need to potentially check my streaming software still working. Still dropping like 20% of frames, but that should be fine. My annoyance is like, how do I make them go into said slot 0 and slot 1? Because that's kind of what the shape's supposed to represent. Which I guess would imply that these are actually supposed to have no style, and then you're supposed to have a like a pocket style or something. I mean, that kind of works. Go ahead. Because so it's implying that like what I have to do is say that your shape I want this to be 0 and 1 in that like the backpack with nothing in it just needs to have like 2 slots. Yes. Because this shape is like for rendering you. No. This shape, yeah, so this is your render shape, would imply that I actually want you to be like, wow. I guess shape and size can be 2 different things then. Size can just be a vec too. So then your the size is vec2 new. So I guess I would want you to be like 60 by, because it's 7 by 100, right? And then your size is your 1 slot by 2 slots, and then your size is no, you are 50. 50 by 70, and then you're 50 by 20. Okay, so the issue is your shape. Your shape is like effectively something else. No, wait. Running into that annoying little. See, because item in is then going to grab like the backpack, and you would assume that that's how you can check this, because your shape should be like how you render. Your shape should be how you render. Your item descriptor, I guess, should determine what your actual size is. No. Well, I guess you can just have a different transform. So and I'm constantly readjusting what I'm thinking in my head. Right. Because my thing is I want this to be a 1x2, and then in that slot we're adding you. So that would imply that item in. So this would be like pub inventory as an entity, and pub position like that. And then we just say that relationship target goes to that. And I think don't be able to deref you. Is it just relationship then? Okay, yeah. So that's saying that when we stick it in position. And so we're going to say that you are an item in backpack. Right. So inventory is backpack, position is 0, 0. And then your position is 0, 1. Right. So this is how you tell where it is in there. The shape, annoyingly. Okay, so the shape is how much space it takes up. So this backpack would have to take up, well, let's say for the sake of not letting you like infinitely stack backpack inside each other, this takes up 6 by 9. It takes up 6 by 9 space. But that's not necessarily the size that it renders at. That's just the size that it takes up when it's added to an inventory. So you can't put this thing. Okay. Fine. 6 by 10. Now, here's the annoying thing. Kind of want the relationship to go the other way. Because it needs to be more like, I guess, items. This theoretically will let you put things where you're not supposed to put them, but we're going to say I'm feeling you need like a sub thing of being like maybe like enum slot. I'm trying to think how to like mark that it has that much inventory space, like it is an inventory, but I'm just not able to follow along. So you take up 5 by 7. Somewhere else, it needs a different thing. Like it needs to be like a pub struct inventory, which is just going to be like size, pub size ivec2, no, uvec2. So then you say that you have an inventory that is size uvec new 1 by 2. Something like that. We're going to end up with that same situation of slots, except this time I think slots would work better because it's going to be like no, it'd be a vector of you bring in slot type from there, and then shape inventory transform. So then this would have slot type custom back pocket. It's as it goes, so it's this, yeah, backpack pocket, and then dot into. So and then an inventory transform. So you're going to have a inventory transform like this. So you'd have an orientation of 0, a translation of 0, and you'd have a size of 1 by 2. Oh. My thinking would actually be more like you have a size of 1 by 1 with the translation 0, 0, rotation 0. So something like this. And then say your slot type is custom backpack slot. And then you'd be at 1, 2. No, you're still size of 1 by 1, but then you're a size of y. Maybe. Maybe. Hmm. See, these would need item descriptors. I think a vector is also not the best way of doing it. You'd probably want like a... Hmm. Just not sure how I want to shape this. It's like intuitive, but also... So this is the shape inside the inventory. Well, actually, this has nothing to do with rendering, does it? This is it trying to be put inside of an inventory. It's positioned inside of an inventory. Hmm. And then this is its inventory. But my thing with its inventory is you probably want to have some kind of like the descriptor, and then like when you add an item, that added item would take care of that piece. Like I don't know if you want to be custom, like bespoke programming like this, because this implies that like two backpacks could have different slots while still considered the same backpack. Which I mean would be interesting. But it also implies saving that piece of information, like the shape of the backpack when you export it, because it's like, oh, it's got a hole in it, so it's got a little like less storage capacity. How do I do this? I don't like this idea of having vector where multiple things are the same pocket. I always want to return just like the best fitting pocket. Yeah, this just feels wrong. Fine. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna spawn in this backpack, and then we're spawning in these two backpacks. Then I'm gonna be like, I gotta be like mod manager like this. This needs access to a whole bunch of stuff. No, sorry, this needs a whole bunch of stuff. So we spawn the test inventories. And the issue is that these have no way of indicating that they have sub inventories. And I feel like, how was I doing on the other one? I had slots. Somewhere here, like there's like a slot there. And what did a slot contain? So a slot had all the different things that could fit in said slot. Its position, its size, and its stuff that was in it. Okay, so in this particular model, that would be the inventory, which I think is going to be like a hash. If I get a hash map of the slot type, what I'm thinking is probably the shape, and then you say that there's no translations, no orientation. You can't rotate something's internal shape. You'd use its external rotation. So then you would say that it's just like shape shape. Right. So now an inventory has slots, which are the like things that it can accept. I'll make that public. So it has the things that it can accept. And then the shape of said inventory with said things. So you'd go. My issue with this is like, how do you make an inventory? So that means that your shape's actually one by one. Your shape is 6 by 10. But your shape would also be one by one. And your translation would be 1 because that's where it is inside the inventory. My issue is that then it becomes a rendering issue then about like how to make these slots not overlap each other. What if we actually said that your size was actually like, well, let's do that 6 by 9. No, 6 by 10. Yeah, 6 by 9 because it's funnier. So the backpack. So these only take up one slot inside the backpack. Now, my thinking is probably that you can't. I'm not going to allow you to have like multiple things. That makes like so I'm going to say like slot, which is going to be a slot type and an I-vector. Slot type doesn't have default. Interesting. Why doesn't he default? Okay. I guess we can just call this default. Default like so. Default. Right. So you would then say that you actually go into. Let's make it up here because again, this is like a test thing. So we should make this its own module, mod test, so that it's easier to remove later. Because it's again, this isn't supposed to stay here. This is just I've got to have something to fucking render and spawn in. So let's move on to test. Anything that doesn't like permanently get to exist. So we're going to go use super. Then we go const test backpack slot is slot type custom backpack. No, I guess it's into. I don't think this is const. So then we would say that your actually position is backpack slot 0, 0 and backpack slot 0, 1. What did I change the name to? Slot. Now, my annoyance with this is if we say item in, we're going to end up with a bunch of issues with maybe we should make that its own thing then. So you go like mod and then you're like mod slot. Where we're going to say like pub struct, not use super pub struct slot in slot position. We can do a bunch of other stuff too, but the idea being that like we can say that you are in backpack. And then okay. The issue is that it's gonna need like a okay, so apparently slot's not component. Drive component. I'm back to like how I was a couple of days ago, going like, how do I arrange all this stuff? So you item in doesn't have a slot. Is it just a relationship to be able to find items easy? The issue with my in slot is that your in slot this and your in slot that. Is how do I calculate like your offset in that like? I actually feel like this is where the slot type should be, because this is what this says and this is what that says. So if I put the slot type in here, then suddenly position 0, 1 and the shape's there. Because again, this is the shape inside the inventory, not the shape when we're rendering it. So if we did that, then we can effectively get rid of this entirely for now, because we just say that you're in backpack slot, because then it's all redundant information anyway. Again, you run into the issue of not having specified. No, you're just in slot type untyped. So yeah, I can't call this because it's not const. Wait, did I have a thing that was like? No. Custom like this. So it's like core, I think. Count. Stir, not std cow. Where the fuck does cow come from? Alec borrow. Okay. Okay. Core Alec. Okay. STD. No. Okay. Fuck you. Cow. Oh, it's just okay. Anyway. Okay. Backpack slot. Blah blah. Backpack slot. Blah blah blah. So this item is in there and this item's in there, and then so we need to have some kind of way of designating an inventory. Right, and that's what we were doing up here. Is saying like mod inventory. Let's cut that and move it inside of inventory. Okay, so you have a hash map of the slot types and the shape. Like so. I just import shape, please. So that would mean that in my test backpack, you then have an inventory from the backpack slot rec, which is 1 by 2. Right. Now, my annoyance with this is that we can't I guess that would be why you'd use it as an assets. The issue with this is that we can't access this inventory. Right. This inventory is out of our reach until after this is spawned, so we couldn't like chain spawning this and then spawning this. Which takes me back to assets as being like, if we store your inventory in assets somehow, I don't think that works because again, it'll use the index, but like, there's no way to access this thing's inventory. All this thing's shape. We just add it to the queue. No, because then you wouldn't know that it failed. I guess the way to do that would be to have the manager have access to the world, because then it's not queuing them. We have to like use super as well. Trying to think how to get this to work out in a nice, convenient way. So the most convenient, like most obvious thing to do would be to just have mutable access to the world. Directly access the component or the entity, or components on and off of it. Just seems terrible. Yeah, we have to like import this down. I think slots is private. It's that one frame of lag that makes this hard. The fact that you can't effectively spawn something in like this. You can't add this inventory and then have access to its inventory also. It would get an inventory that would have slot type untyped, and then what were your 5 by 7, and then this inventory would be an inventory that is slot type untyped 5 by 2. Right, so that spawns in their inventories. But yeah, without mutable world access, I can only queue them spawning. I can't actually like then interact with them. I mean, one of the easier ways around that, though again, it makes the inventory interactions very like, don't don't do it unless you absolutely have to. Well, actually, I think you can actually request mutable access to specific entities, but the issue is that you end up with I think you keep mutable access. Yeah, so again, you can't spawn anything because you need the world to be able to do that. So I guess we start terribly inefficient and work our way backwards because otherwise this is going to take forever. So we're going to be like pub struct inventory manager, which just has a world mute world. I think that's how that works. Not entirely sure. They could still make it a unique system. So you go use Bevy prelude like that, and then you go derive system param. You need to be W and S like so, and W. Oh, no, this is static. How do you do this again? Okay, can't do a deferred world because a deferred world, while letting me get access to stuff, wouldn't let me See, the issue is you can't check and guess and check stuff. So you're saying I can't do static world. What if I said W? No, so you're saying world is not acceptable, but it is. As it world cell maybe? Unsafe world cell? You have a lifetime of W. Nope. Interesting. I don't think there's any way to get well. Let's go test. So go like back up to you and be like, make this pub please. Oh, it's not clicking in my head how to do this. Because it all runs into the same issues. It just like primarily being that I can't do it in the same turn that I did it. Okay, fine. So we're going to say that you, an inventory manager, just taking mute world. Like that. You go away. Yes. Yes. Right. Annoying thing, you have to like now declare a fucking inventory manager. But that would then let me do all I guess I need to do. And in this test thing, we can't actually have to do it in a specific way. So we would need to be like world mute world. Unless there are changes in yeah, no, see like this is an acceptable thing to do. So then you would go let manager equals inventory manager new. world. Please import the inventory manager. Right. So now we have this. Right. Now that's where the big issues come from. Is that now, because I own the fucking world, I have no way of getting access to things like the items that we want. We want to be like, let backpack equal item descriptor, name, backpack shape. Yep, no, it's all gonna fucking come to the same issue. I'm getting annoyed. If we manage to access to the world, we can just like spawn stuff in, but the issue is now I don't have access to the fucking item descriptors. Item descriptors. What was I doing on the other one? I just had access to all the stuff. The issue is that we're effectively like shadowing a copy. I mean, it's a thing that you could do, I guess. But again, it's only like really a problem when you spawn new. Alright. Let's see if we can get away with that. Like, so we need to have like a shadow thing, but I don't know how to do a shadow thing. Yeah. I guess you'd go like new inventory and let do certain stuff. Maybe. Alright, so you have to derive system param and then we have you. And then we do this and we go to test. Okay, so we would want to say mute manager is inventory manager. Like this, and then we say don't do that. So the infuriating thing is effectively that you make queues. So you kind of need to keep your own shadowed thing. So you need to be like, and then I don't think you can do this, which is okay. Maybe we could be like Q, and then be like local. Okay, we can call it inventory manager state. Be like pub struct inventory manager state. Don't do that. That's really dumb. So W and S and S. Maybe. Wait, what does local need? I think local just needs S. Yeah, just S. But we'll get commands just because, you know. That is the wrong thing. Thank you. So you don't implement default. Derive. Default, please. Default. Default. Thank you. Right. So what I'm thinking is, like, can we like impl drop? Or no, inventory manager. See, because my thinking is like, if I can have like a effectively some kind of like lookup and be like new inventories, which then has a vector. It's like a hash map, isn't it? Because then it'd be easy to get them. The hash map of entity inventory. Wait, why are you saying that this is not allowed? Did it just not bring it in? Okay. Please import hash map from there, thank you. And then also import inventory from there, thank you. Right, so as new inventories. And then on drop, we're gonna say insert inventory. Okay. So the way this is kind of working in this very weird niche thing, and that's also assuming that it actually drops this and doesn't somehow keep references. I think it has to drop it because of the way that functions work. But, is that when you basically spawn a new inventory, we're going to keep like a reference, like we're going to keep our own internal copy of that, and then when this system ends, we'll drop it and we'll stick them all in the queue. So the idea being, because what I'm having issues with is I can't like spawn an inventory and add something to the inventory in the same tick because I need to wait for the fucking entity to spawn. So instead, it's like, well, I'll spawn the entity when you spawn a new inventory, but I won't attach the inventory component until after you've finished, and then I can stick it in. So the other thing is also the backpack, I guess, doesn't actually need an inventory thing, but the backpack itself is not an inventory. So it'd be like backpack equals manager.spawn inventory. All right, so just gonna give them little dummy things and be like, okay, so we're gonna import inventory manager. So spawn inventory. Right. So I think next would we want this to be like probably like mod inventory commands. So something like that. And then we go like pub use super like that, and then like pub struct inventory command. Right. So you need access to the mute commands. You need access to inventory state, which is, I guess, a mute inventory manager state, and then be like pub this is our inventory manager commands. So we say in our manager, when we go, hey, spawn inventory, can you return a inventory commands, like so, and then don't do that. It's command reborrow. You don't have a mutable reference, you just have commands that are reborrowed. All right. So then it should be able to like access all the inventories. The annoying thing is I think it also needs access to all the other stuff like item descriptors and things. But I don't think I can give it a mural reference to itself, which is annoying. Theoretically, I could give it a use, like a, give it like data, which is a inventory data with like, you know, a W and an S, and then we just make our own type down here again and be like pub struct inventory data, which is then derived system params. So now it has nothing. It's going to yell at me about these never being used. That's fine. When you spawn an inventory, you return this. So the inventory command is going to have access to, I guess these don't need to be public because nothing else should be touching them, only I should be touching them. They should be public to their super, just so that it can like instantiate this thing easily, and be like pub super what do I need? Data, which is then going to be a reference to inventory data. That last step, the A. Right. So you would then need data itself.data. Lovely. The inventory data is still yelling at me about not having the correct types, but anyway, the way this is going to go is we spawn a new inventory. So the backpack was spawning an inventory that looked like this. Again, the backpack itself has no definable or like stuff. The backpack would just look like that, which means the backpack is equal to this. And then we go backpack dot add slot. So it's going to be a slot for a rectangle 1 by 2. So inventory manager backpack inventory command. So impl okay. So top add slot, which needs slot type and shape, and it's like if let some inventory self inventory state new inventory get new current. No. So this is where we have the inventory state mutable. Well, first up, it should always exist because when we said spawn inventory, but technically can get you without spawning an inventory. So it's more like you. And so, okay, so we say slot type. So import slot type and import shape. Right. So we're going to say if let okay. But yeah, inventory data needs to have inventories, which is a middle reference to inventory. I don't actually think I care because I will always just be grabbing it by its entity. Maybe, I don't know. So we're going to say if let okay inventory inventory equals self dot inventory no, data dot get mute self dot inventories dot get mute self dot current let in equal. Right, do that, and then it's as mute. What the fuck? What have I done? Else if let don't panic. Well, I guess it's more like else self dot inventory state new inventories dot entry self dot current dot or insert with can we just give you default? Or default. Can we just like deref you into a mutable thing? What did you return then? I don't think I can unwrap its interior, which is annoying. Okay, fine. U dot right, I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be like thank you. Maybe that's what the problem was, is that you weren't mutable. I don't know. Anyway. So you wanted me to do that because it's not behind a fucking mutable reference. Okay, reference. You don't like this because this is an immutable reference, which is fine. May not live long enough. May not live long enough. It's fine. Can I say like data.reborrow? I assume we can get away with reborrowing it. How does reborrow work? We just reconstruct self. So we say pub reborrow, which returns WN. So W stays the same, but state gets to change. Maybe. If we go back to manager and go inventory data and be like, import inventory data. And say like W, I don't care. And then we go, we need to declare that W is like here. And then be like pub reborrow, which returns, I guess self. This says no, it's self dot. So it's just a thing that you can do. Why are you not? Okay. Not self types then. Lifetime may not live long enough. It's lifetime 1 coming from. So first we just go back to here and be like, you're just inventory manager. Why does commands get to do that? What am I doing differently? They both look at W. Back to here. What are you doing different? W borrow takes in W and underscore. Maybe I need to take in S as well and work out what the fuck's going on. So it's like so I don't actually care about S. Why are you not allowed to do that? So why is commands? What is commands doing differently? Like question. Is it defining that they live a certain length? There's W and S. You go up here and be like, no, you didn't say anything about how long each of them. You say WS and WS, then you return that. I don't get it. It's probably that this needs to keep reborrowed. Yeah, reborrow keeps S. When I hit reborrow doesn't take in a lifetime. It's saying that a query with WS and then this returns a different lifetime. There's another way of doing it. You know, like in inventory dot as query lens. Unsafe reborrow. Alright, this is clearly not going to work. So why can't I give you a immutable reference? Well, now it's going to tell me because it's the wrong data type, but it needs to live for at least A. I think the conclusion was that A needed to outlive all the other stuff or something. But like I think we need to say like A, where like W outlives A and S outlives A, and then we let C equal self.commands.reborrow with W and S, where we then pass in C. No, actually we'll probably do it here and say WS and A. Alright, we reborrow your. Okay, something about you not living long enough. So it's clearly not you that's not living long enough. W and S, like let data equal Lifetime may not live long enough. Lifetime may not live long enough. Yeah, but I'm moving you? What the fuck is it? I don't know what I've done wrong. Like, if I look at the other one, there was something else I had to do somewhere. How did I make you work? You took ownership of the query. The only thing you didn't was the asset and immutable access to the inventory. Okay. So why can't scamper self immutable is more than once? Yes. And it's like it's command self.commands.reborrow. Okay. So lifetime may not live long enough. Consider adding the following bound where W outlives S. Okay, first off, I don't want to get rid of like all of these lifetime bounds and be like, what the fuck? What am I doing wrong? Alright, first up, I think I need A to be first. A and then W and then S, right? Like this. Because I think I'm allowed to go like A and then like don't care. Okay, may not live long enough because that one has lifetime. That one has lifetime underscore 2. And this has lifetime 1. So oh wait, is it because we need to say that this is W and this is S? And the return type is the same W and the same S? You don't get the A. If you like the A, I put the A in there. You don't have an A. So it's saying... So if I just said you can return any lifetime? I said that this lives at least A. Nope. A outlives W plus S. Okay, there we go. Annoying. Okay, so then we add the slot, and that adds the slot. Right, and it just, we spawn our backpack, we add a slot. Okay. So we need to be like backpack dot add item. I guess we can spawn item. And then we would pass in So we need to somehow get a handle to an item descriptor. It's like inventory manager, inventory data. So this is mutable inventories, and then item descriptors, which have been like res asset. Hmm. So again, the issue with this is because we are doing it that way, we can't. I can make it mutable. Inventory manager. And be all like manager dot add item descriptor. I don't remember how to make a new item descriptor as part of the problem. I mean, feature does all just be public, I guess. If you want to insert new stuff, that's fine. Could be like item descriptor and then be like name is test item. Well, name is backpack string description. Backpack to hold your stuff. Size is untyped. Was it 6 by 9? So okay, so this backpack slot, which is only backpack slot, and then there's like a backpack pocket. Like that, and then like backpack pocket. So we add a slot backpack pocket. And then here we say, this is your size when you're in just like any old inventory, and then this is your size in backpack pocket. No, backpack slot. You're one by one. Apparently it's a different type of shape, which is kind of funny. Okay, that's fine. And it doesn't have any images. Right, because the image is its own size. Because I already remembered having this issue. Okay. So the only issue is that you're complaining about your shape being in the wrong shape. Because your size returns a shape which returns a cells plus a position plus an orientation. Okay. Well, it doesn't need that. Way too much information. Wrong shape. Where's the shape coming from? Where is it? You're passing in this shape. This shape. Right. No, I need the shape that it's supposed to be. I'm descriptor. Here, this shape. Can you instead say crate ECS in shape, because let's face it, you actually don't need the rest of the information. So it'd be like pub use shape. Okay. So it's like shape. Alright, so most other things shouldn't really have a problem. Where are you pulling this from? So let's go with shape and be like use shape, create ECS in shape, like that, and then everything else should basically be the same because they should almost exactly look the same, except apparently here, because you return, okay, you return a shape, which is annoying. So you should return a crate inventory slot shape. No, where's the other shape come from? I thought it was in here. It is in here. What do you fucking mean? What? Oh, because you're saying the return type is. No, your return type is this thing. Where's size coming from? Okay. Right. You don't have a person? What? No. Return shape, please. Right. You can use a return shape like that. I don't know how that one got in there anyway. Alright, so that fixed that. Now it's just a couple of things up here. They're going, hey, you're returning the wrong type. So you fit shape. That's the correct shape. Why are you complaining? Because you return shape. Right, so then I guess you just try shape with position 0 orientation. So position orientation 0, and then the cells, that is. No, it's not that. Right. It annoys me because this cells, it's really easy to be like simple from create ECS in shape for shells, and then shape, and then we just match shape rec, and we just pass the size across. Just convert the two because it saves us having to do a bunch of other stuff. Now again, we're running into this annoying thing of being like, No, shape it into. Where'd you come in with? Can you just say position minus slot? So position and orientation is just orientation, thank you. And then you return that. And the same. Maybe. No. What are you expecting? Okay, I don't know why it just tacked randomly on the slot type on the end there. Where's the shape coming from? Yeah, that's fine. Because I want to just go back to here, I guess, and shape and be like, hey, like you are clone. It's called clone then. Clone. Okay, it still doesn't like it for some reason. Oh, because it, yeah. I guess we can just let shape that, and then pass in shape like that, and then you can take ownership of shape, I guess, and just return shape. Alright, that's better. And then same thing here is that you grab that shape, reserve item, bit. Okay, so we say let shape equal 0 rotation cells. Somewhere in here we must be doing the same thing. Reserve at. Yep. Alright, so say let shape equal this, and then don't bother with that. You don't have to be immutable. And you do that. Okay. Now we go back to testing. So add item descriptor. We have our item descriptor. The backpack has no picture apparently. It's fine. If you go to item manager and be all like, item descriptor. Cool. So we add the item descriptor, which gives us that backpack underscore descriptor. Cool. Wow. I don't think it's really helpful for the backpack. I feel like it should take in a descriptor, but anyway. Well, we have the backpack descriptor. Now we need, I guess we need to go let backpack big pocket So, I mean, your size is 1 by 1. Okay, and we say spawn. Okay, so big pocket descriptor. Okay, so that'll do all this bits and pieces. Right, and I guess we want to register the smaller one as well, like let backpack small pocket descriptor, which is a 1 by 1. So the issue is that this doesn't have any way of adding sub inventories. But I guess we can just be like spawn item. Let small equal spawn item, and then we'll like .id, I guess, and then let big ID. So it'll be like spawn item, spawn inventory, or the video command, and then command. So yeah, that slot, and then like pub spawn item self descriptor. Import into asset ID item descriptor. Please don't do this. Thank you. So you want to return a I guess yeah, use return and commands like that. So let's not do that. Let's let self dot data dot item descriptors get descriptor dot into. Now you should be able to pass the descriptor in. Like okay, don't panic. Like option, thank you. Right. So you're gonna say let some descriptor equals self item descriptor get descriptor else. And it tried to spawn an item with a descriptor that does not exist. No. Return none. Then you be like trace. Could not find item descriptor for handle. All right. Then we say I think we want to say something along the lines of let some inventory equals self dot data dot inventory dot get. Wow. Some kind of monstrosity thing about getting which one's which. Now the issue with that is it takes inventory as mutable. Okay. What are you saying? Dot Map. V dot as linked. Dot all else n else, I guess, or else we don't actually care why it didn't work. You need to return option. And then it's self. Inventory state, new inventory. What? Why is this not working? Self inject. Else trace, could not find inventory phrase. Why are you not working? What are you returning? Then why are we mapping it? Oh, so you need to be the okay, or else. Is it just no? It's literally called or else. Oh, yeah. Oh, pleasure take 0 argument. It's a yeah. Cannot return borrowed value. Dot into inner. Is that what I have to do? There we go. Now I don't need to be mutable because I'm not giving you a reference to it. I'm just saying, hey, you just return that. Then we get the inventory. Okay. So we have the item descriptor, we have the inventory, and then we say, probably going to tell me that I'm not allowed to borrow at the same fucking time. Inventory dot well, that's the annoying thing, is inventory data only tells us the inventories and not all the things that are in them. Like the inventory only has the slots. The internal manager state has new inventories and also probably new items. Okay. I guess you would be able. No, so maybe. This just, it feels like such a bad way of doing it because I have to keep all this mutable state around. Yeah, this is so much worse than sticking it all in the fucking thing. Anyway, so new item hash map entity vector. So this is going to have entities, which is going to be the like item that's been spawned, and its inventory transform. Right, the inventory transform just like tells you everything about it. So these are new items, and so this is the inventory they were added to, and then this is the items entity, and then the transform of the item. So again, when we drop you need to go for entity for item in entity, and we say self commands don't add child. Well, theoretically, I don't really need to do this because I know the inventory we do because the inventory actually gets to change. But no, you need to insert that as well. But which inventory it's inside of shouldn't change. So theoretically, we wouldn't need to insert that. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna go back to item in and just like again reduce its size down a little bit, make it just easier to fucking deal with. Right. So again, because this is a test one, we should be pretty easy to be like else error small pocket should fit in backpack. We can just return then. Wait, this is big backpack. Big. Wait, this is a backpack descriptor. What the fuck? You know? No. Backpack spawn item. Backpack. Small descriptor. Big pocket descriptor. And it's like let some small equals else. Right. You like this. So when we spawn our item, right? So we then get our inventory up, and then we go inventory. We need like pub can fit. Maybe just to make this public, maybe keep this private for now. And we're like can fit, which takes in self and item, which is item descriptor, and then it just says let self get inventory. Maybe this should, you know, return a non-mutable version of the inventory. It's like get and get. Oh, now you just don't even need to map this. You can just say .ok. Right. So I guess then here we say spawn item and be all like, if not can self.can fit descriptor. Item cannot fit in inventory, return none, and then we say get inventory. Wait, no, we need a new one. Get inventory. Get inventory underscore. Wait a second, do we even need to get it mutably? No. Because that just describes the inventory. We're not adding a pocket to it, so we don't need to get it mutably. We just need to, okay. So you'd be like, self dot add item. Okay, so can fit returns pool, and we're just gonna go. This is just gonna return true for now, and then we're gonna go pub add item, which needs mutable access to self. So we actually need to spawn the item. So I guess it's more like so self dot fit if it would be like slot pause orientation. Right, we need the slot type, the position, the orientation. Equals self dot fit, and then question mark that up. And then we say like, yeah, let item equal commands. Yeah. And then like to do spawn item, so can fit returns true. So fit needs to fit the descriptor. I think that's it. So I guess we go here and we go like fit, which takes in an item descriptor and returns optionally. We should probably say pub enum add failed. Entity is not an item. No, it's not. Item descriptor not found. Asset ID item descriptor. And then it's like, yeah, not yet. I don't care about that. I guess we can say something. Wait a second. No, you should return a trans. So this option, and this returns an so this should return a result. A result, inventory transform and or an add failed. So I'm going to say okay. Has no inventory. So we say set inventory equal self dot get inventory. Okay, or add failed entity has no inventory self dot current. Roll that, please. So get inventory. So I guess the way to check that is we say something along the lines of, annoyingly we'd have to go with the sub inventories as well. So something like we'd be like inventory dot best for slot type for inventory dot dot compact. Then you pass in item. Now, I guess it should return like maybe a slot type and a shape. Right, so then we have to go to inventory, which is yeah, and it'd be like pub struct no. Import inventory and be like compact, which then is self and item item descriptor. Sure. Take an item descriptor and you return a impl iterator item equals. It's got to be like slot type shape shape something like that. So it's going to be something like self.slots.iter filter map, which is then going to be the item descriptor has slot type shape. It's a filter map which takes in the so V is going to be that this is these things. So say item.contains. I guess we'll do it the other way because the other one's currently a vector and can't be bothered changing it. So it's going to be item dot size dot header dot filter map s so slot and shape. Let me say self dot slot self dot slot dot contains key slot. Right, the filter map. Right, so I think I can return a different type. So I can be like, if self.slot contains key. It's more like let slot equal self.slots get, and then you return some. Why are you cloning this? Right. It's slot type slot type. I think that. You just do that. Think about this not living long. Lifetime may not live long enough. So you live for A, and so you live for A, and you live for A. Cool. So what I'm doing is I'm going through all the sizes that the item has defined, and if the inventory has that size also defined, it will return an iterator of like the type that it found and the two different sizes. So when we say spawn item, I'm going to say something it. So like dot okay. No. So we go, hey, compatible. Right. So this is like slot shape, item shape. Maybe like for orientation all. And then we say that shape, no. Like we would need like some kind of fitting function. Fit orientation. Right, so how do we get this to Right. It'd be like slot shape dot the annoying thing is we kind of need like an iterator. So it'd be like struct fit iter. It just takes A and has slot shape, item type, orientation, position, and then import iterator for so it's more like or I think I have an orientation iterator, but anyway. So I guess it's if self dot orientation equals orientation identity return none. I guess we need shape. We need to be like input shape, and then shape's going to be like in bounds. Point, which is just an i-vec2, and for you it's like, hey, if your x is less than or equal to 0 and your point is greater than or equal to 0 if your point is less than or equal to size and it's y. Okay, so this will check to see if it's in bounds. So if self dot position dot self dot slot shape dot inbounds self dot position. Now I feel like this needs to be an iterator of a point iterator that iterates through each of that thing's points. So it would be like, well, so points, and then this would be a shape iterator. And we get a shape here, and we go pub struct shape iterator, which is the shape and the current. So then the shape iterator, and then we're going to go a shape pub shape iterator, which is self.clone, and current is equal to 0, 0. We then import iterator for shape iterator, and then it's like let result of self.current match self.shape. Okay, so self.current x equals 1 if self.current x is greater than size.x, then self.1 y plus equals 1 if self.y is greater than or equal to size.y, return none. Otherwise return result. Sure. Probably not the most efficient iterator, but for now we can. So can we shape? We have pub shape iterator. Pub mod shape. So I need you to say that you are a super easy to write ECS in shape iterator. So you'd go if self orientation equals identity, let point equal point next. No. So you grab the next shape. If point dot is none, self dot orientation equals self dot orientation dot next. Weirdly, that means identity is like last, and then we'll be like strum. I don't have strum macros. They're done. Okay. Dependencies strum macros and strum. Okay. But why can I not use strum macro? I type strum macro. Okay, so strum and strum macros. We go back to the inventory and we go if point is none. Okay, so you would be a orientation iter, I think. How that works. Oh wait, we have to go back to orientation and be all like strum macros enum iter. Orientation iter. Right. So we go current orientation. Put that left back. Okay, so self current orientation equals identity, return none. Then you say that point is equal to next. If point is none, self dot current orientation equals orientation dot next. Self dot points equals self dot plot shape dot dot iter. So, right, you do that, and then it's if point is none, that point equal. Okay, so if sum p equals point p else. Right, so if p is none, and then you return self dot next question mark. What is that? So orientation self dot next question mark. So the point is self dot slot shape dot iter. The way you can play. Oh, because you're saying it's an opaque type. Need you shape to return a shape iter. Okay. You return a shape iterator. Then you go right through and you say next, and then we go, hey, if else has incompatible types. Why do you return a shape? Oh. Right. Like a weird recursive thing where, because eventually all these iterators will run out, instead of like bothering to like check and return it, it basically keeps like going deeper, because theoretically she'll never go one deeper because it'll reset this, reset this. It'll be only ever be resetting one of these. It technically resets both of them, but if they both fail, then it would just immediately return back none anyway. So like this, is self turns none. So it should only ever get like one layer of recursion deep. This gives us our point, and then we can say, well, I don't even need to test to see if it contains it. We can just go like Now the issue is that we're actually testing this shape. So I think for speed, we probably should tweak the orientation of the shape, like be like, so this is the slot shape, which never changes because the slot's always considered to be a zero rotation or like zero flipping. Then item shape is like the base shape, and then like the current shape is shape. And then we can say that the current orientation can go away because we can just say, and then I guess we could just like, would be the shape transform maybe. So if you shape your shape, and then we'd go for like it'd be like for shape in fit iter. So slot type. Wait, what? Slot shape. Item shape. Now probably we'd want to go maybe add you a new slot shape, item shape. And then we'll check that, and then we can just be like, again, put the to-do back. We don't have the current orientation anymore. It's more like honestly, maybe I just get rid of identity. It just keeps adding more issues than it solves. I want to check the zero orientation again. Right, so we take the point and we say self.point.next. And then we say point if self let point some point else return. Right, so we have to say we reset the so we say let next orientation. So let next orientation equals self the orientation next. And self to points, and we reset and reiterate through your points again. And then we say return self next. So you iterate through all rotations. And we go so we need, so this is current shape, it's the orientation area. So the only thing we another thing we need is the offset. I think. Well, again, this is the fit iterator. So the offset should just start at 0. I guess, yeah, because we're iterating through like every point here. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we go, hit this shape. Okay. Loosen the plot here. Oh, you need to return actually a inventory transform, I guess. But this shape here, again, it's supposed to iterate through every single point in the inventory. I guess, and then we're checking to see if it would still let us fit inside the inventory. Okay. There's probably a bunch of things to optimize that as well. But the idea is that this shape here is so we need to say that u equal u, and then self dot current shape equals self dot item shape dot width orientation next. Okay, so we have to go to shape, and we have to be like something like with orientation. Wouldn't you just return shape iterator self.clone? Dumb, do it the other way. Anyway, I guess technically if to check not all of them would start at 0, 0, but that's fine. So for orientation. So this isn't quite correct, but honestly, for now, I don't care enough to fix this. Just like rotating 180 degrees would make it offset differently. Actually, maybe it's just like better, but yeah. So we have the shape, then we get the shape, and then we self dot item shape with orientation. Okay, so then we have to go for slot underscore point in self dot slot shape dot I guess this is where we're going to end up with more recursion. If pass equals true, if self dot current shape slot, if self dot slot shape, oh wait no, it's item points, for item points in self current shape, if if self slot shape dot inbound, no, it's inbounds needs to here. The issue is that it's going to nest really fucking far. Yeah, I don't want nesting super far. Like this is just going to nest indefinitely, or not indefinitely, but like it's going to nest all the way to the bottom of the stack if it finds something that doesn't fit. You need to be more like when you get to here, you return none. Then you say for maybe it's gonna be something really annoying, like for point himself dot points dot by reference. Self dot orientation. No. Self dot current shape equals self dot item shape dot with orientation self dot orientations dot next question mark. So the way this should work is it should try every single point, and it'll try the next orientation, setting the shape to that. So we'll return early if we run out of orientation. Then we say self dot point equals self dot plot shape dot iter. Right. So then we reset the point, and then we call self dot next. So the maximum depth we can recurse to is like the number of orientation, because we basically check every point and return. So we know that every one of these points would be in bounds of item. What? I guess we want to say something like current shape, maybe. A current shape, okay. Really? Do we need to be something like self dot plot shape dot inbounds current shape. Well, it's like self dot current shape. So like inbound should take like a shape. A reference to shape. And an offset. I don't think that's correct. If okay, so here's inbound. We have the shape. Each shape is a rectangle. So to somehow turn this shape into like a bounds. Okay. And then be like Mm-hmm. So then you say inbound, and it's like palette BB equal the self.current shape bounding box. So it's if not inbound. Continue. Okay, plus point. So we check that the whole shape's inbounds. And then do we go like for point in self dot current shape dot iter dot right, and then let item point let point equal point plus sorry, offset plus offset, right, and then if self dot slot shape dot contains point does not contain point, otherwise can you return right, we have to return the transform somehow. Contains okay. Self dot current shape equals self items. Right. So we go through and go, hey, is the whole thing in bounds? If the whole thing's in bounds, we go through every point in the current shape. But it does make me feel like it needs to be like an inventory transform. That takes in translation, orientation, and shape. I mean, that makes like a lot more sense, to be honest. I don't know. The euro is a shape, but you should always probably be a shape too. So current shape dot bounding box. So you're the one that needs to I mean, shape might also need bounding box, to be honest. But we're going to go to here and be all like, here, import inventory transform, bounding box. So you take your self.shape.bounding box. No. You let shape equals self.shape with orientation, and then you let your BB let your min and your max equal shape.bounding box, and then you add your translation. That gives you your bounding box. Then we come back to here, we say, hey, you get your bounding box. Then we get current shape.iter. Okay. Okay, and then so self, okay. And that makes this easier because then it means that it's current shape dot orientation equals self dot orientation dot next. Right. So then we have to go back to here, and again we're going to say shape self.shape with orientation, shape iter map point plus translation. Perfect. And then you check to make sure every point is inside. And then if we get to here, we return some current shape. Current shape, I think. Oh, we need to clone it as well. But anyway, you are clone. The reason it's clone is because like something tells me like I might want a vector of like you can name like 4 points, and therefore like you don't want it to be copied because it might accidentally start copying a vector all over the place. So you have no new function. So we import iterator, and we go new, which takes in this, and then we go inventory transform orientation. Go. He's going to complain because they're not the same. Yeah, I think you have to go like S, your S, and your SS. Right. That should iterate through like every shape position. I feel like there's probably big shortcuts you could take. Like you could know that a shape could never possibly fit like because at the moment I'm trying like every offset, but it's like, well, once it gets above a certain height, theoretically you could skip all the Y because you already know like moving more Y in that direction. But then again, you don't necessarily know that in the grand scheme of like how at the moment they're all rectangles, and that's always true. But like, what if it's a circle, or what if it's a weird shape that has a hole in it somehow? Like it may move up and then fit. Anyway, so we iterate through every shape. This is every possible translation. And then annoyingly, we have to like iterate through so it'd be like self for item in self dot iter items. Right. I think it's very, very slow. Shape. Like this. So it's like we have to iter items, which is going to return items. So if you go here and do like public iter items. So you don't return that, you return a you're an iterator that returns references to inventory transform. Right, with item equal inventory transform. This is going to be to do for now, just because I like really just need to get this this bit working. So now we know what it is. We can say if shape.overlaps item, continue. Then we just need to add this overlaps thing. Fine. Then we continue shape. So we go through here and blah, 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 blah. So if you ever get from here to here, we then return okay shape. Otherwise we return error item does not fit. Right, so just need okay, you're complaining it doesn't implement the iterator. So we need to go to shape, which is our item inventory iterator, and we need to return interestingly, it can just return it. Actually, that would save us cloning it. Just thought about that. Is that you can, when you return, because you're going to return a reference to this, you can just return a reference to your own copy, I think. And you need to live for like a maybe. Damn it. Oh, we already said that this is underscore. No, it's not worth fucking around. There is a way to do it. I just don't know how. Clone. Just clone it for now. And just return this and this. And go, okay. So it's saying we need to implement overlaps. Overlaps. So min max self bounding box bounding box min a of x is greater than b of x and a max is less than b min. Okay, so this is basic like a b bounding box check, and then for point in self.iter if other shape with orientation contains point, return true, otherwise return false. Thank you, AI. All right, that seems like a fairly intuitive way of doing overlaps. So we're going to hey, so otherwise you return shape. Now, you're returning shape. I think you also need to return the slot type, but not type. Wait, no, this contains the slot type. So you don't just return shape. You say let s equal well, I guess it's mute, isn't it? It's mute. And then we just say if you get to here, shape dot slot type equals slot type. No, if you clone slot type, don't you? Because again, it could be a string. Okay, return. Okay, shape. Return result. Inventory transform. So pub then fit. Self item descriptor result. And then pub then iter items. So this is basically the only thing left is to iterate through all the items, which I mean can fit just returns true. So I guess we don't need can fit anymore because we're just like literally checking if it fits. Otherwise we would just turn an error. Can I put to do here though? Thank you. so then we say here, we go, okay, so what you need to do is say let items equal self dot data dot It's anything with an inventory transform. I don't know how I store it. But an inventory just has a so inventory does nothing because it's just a set of shapes. So again, we need a in our internal state, we have entities and inventory transforms. So I guess we start with that. So it's self dot inventory state dot new items dot get could always match it. Fine. Let new equals this, which is self.current dot unwrap for. I think you're a vector, aren't you? Yeah. Right. So it's either going to grab the vector or it's going to get the old vector, and then we're going to say let old equal or yeah existing. Okay, existing. Equals. Ooh, it's going to be kind of a weird iterator. We have to zip together. Let's just do a to do, and then we return. Yeah. New dot iter dot zip. Wait, why are you returning? Okay, so you need to dot map. V, and then it's just like V. Wait. Alright, so is it V dot fine. Okay, iterate item transform. Wait, what? Why are you a solid type? Right. And then let existing, and then we say, hey, new zip existing. Right. So how is existing at work? So we need to get all the things with an item transform. So it's going to be something like where's our inventory manager thing? Like here. So we have our query for our inventories, everything within inventory, and then we can have a query for items, which is anything with a inventory transform. I guess anything with an inventory transform, and we'll also grab item in, and then we can go I don't know what that's good. So existing would be self dot data dot items dot iter dot filter map. So filter map takes in the item, so E. Now, my annoyance with this is it means that as you get more and more items, it's going to become like longer and longer just to check to see if all the items exist, because it effectively has to query all of them, which I don't like. I honestly feel like it would be better to go the other way, which is to say everything that has a where is it? So, items. So we obviously need all of our transforms, but then everything with an inventory and has items. You'd be like query, not with item, but it's we need a static. What was this? Not item in. What does item in point at? Item in points at items. Oh, okay. Where's it? Yeah. So items, which we have to bring in. Okay, so we have our items, and then we go. Okay, so let items equal self dot ham data dot has items dot get I don't like this because this type's getting already long. So self result items result. We have to get self dot current dot map something. So I. So what is I? I dot iter. Okay. Dot map e with it filter map e, and then it's self dot data dot items dot get e dereference e dot okay. Who fucking knows? So you return a result of a filter map copy.
My car tomorrow.
Entity apparently can't be dereferenced, that's fine. Now the annoying thing is at some point one of these needs to be like unwrap or default. I don't think one of those is going to have a default in there, but yeah, okay. So it doesn't like that something is probably you. So we want to go like, hey, can you get me items? Dot. Map all. The issue is I don't know what this is. So you're saying that I have to pass in items. Default. Diff. How that works? Existing thinking. What are you saying? Bound struct in scope. Okay. Default. Default. Okay. So you expected a reference to something? No, okay. Oh god. Okay. So first off, the answer is fuck you. What do you return? You return an item. Right, so I'm going to say unwrap or a reference to items deck. Right. Like an empty items. Cannot initialize what? Contains private fields. Yeah, fuck you. I just want this to work, please. Must be private. Pub. Great. Okay, no, fine. You import empty. Wait, what? No. So import item pub const empty. I don't think that works because you're not allowed to be empty. Interesting if that was allowed. So then, go. Wait. That means that items is now items, and then we say existing dot map. Yeah, let existing equal. Right. What the fuck is your type? Existing. We already did dot map. No default, whatever fucking this monstrosity is. Existing dot iter. Iter dot filter map. Maybe. What? Wait, no, it's not zip, it's dot extend. Wait, like what? Chain? Okay, so first off, why are you bitching that's a constant? Oh, you're bitching because it's okay, so temporary borrowed. I think you have the same problem. So this is complaining that a temporary value is borrowed. Like, okay. Why is this considered a temporary value? This is a constant. Why are you calling it a temporary value? So it's like new dot chain. This is very stupid, is what this is. Right, now what are you bitching about? Use collect? The fuck do you mean use collect? No, is this spec? What the temporary value am I fucking referencing? Well, probably this one, to be honest. This is not the best way of doing this. Okay, clearly the smarter thing to do is say let empty dot self dot inventory new items dot get unwrapped self dot empty. Oh no, it's probably borrowing. Look. Fine. You just no, because they need to be client. Alright, I give up. Thank you for tuning in. I will probably just try and continue this tomorrow. It's very stupid. I'm just trying to iterate through the two fucking lists, but I need to make like a better iterator that actually fetches them like at the right times or whatever. So I'm too tired for this now. Thank you for tuning in.